Hey guys, tonight we time travel back to a world where your daily survival depends not on food, shelter, or love, but on a single, elusive, absurdly fragile commodity: toilet paper. You're in Soviet Russia. It's a Wednesday morning in 1978, and the line outside the state store is already curling around the block. You've got a coat 3 sizes too big, a ration coupon in your mittened hand, and the distinct feeling that whatever's left on the shelf by the time you get inside is going to be rough. Like, literally rough. The snow crunches under your boots, and the woman in front of you keeps muttering something about the good days before Khrushchev. A man behind you pulls out a tiny flask. You eye it enviously. You've been standing here for almost 2 hours. No one even knows if the toilet paper truck is actually coming. You probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. A bell rings faintly up ahead. A murmur rolls through the line. The store has opened. You shuffle forward, past slushy curbs and tired faces. The sign on the door says, "Limit 2 rolls per family, if available." If, the most Soviet word in the dictionary. Inside, the store smells like cabbage and despair. The air is warm, but only because 50 people have jammed into a space built for 15. Somewhere near the back, behind the pickled fish and expired baby powder, you spot them. 3 pitiful rolls. One already crumpled. One missing half its sheet. One clutched firmly in the hand of a babushka who could wrestle a bear if she had to. You turn to the shelf marked toiletry goods. It's bare, save for a couple of weird gray boxes and a plastic comb with 3 missing teeth. There's a whisper behind you. Someone says there's a guy outside selling Western toilet paper out of a suitcase. Probably Finnish. You glance toward the door, but then you remember you only have 4 rubles, and your wife said to bring back soap. Still, you can't help but wonder, how on earth did this happen? How did one of the world's most powerful nations, with rockets in space and nukes under snow, end up with a toilet paper crisis? You trudge back into the cold, empty-handed. The store clerk is already locking the doors again, waving away the frustrated crowd like a lifeguard closing a pool. You hear someone swear under their breath. Another man starts yelling about the system. The babushka, still clutching her prize, disappears down a snowy alley like a victorious gladiator. You look around and realize this isn't even rare. It's normal. In the USSR, finding toilet paper was a daily gamble, a literal crapshoot. And today, you lost. Back home, your apartment smells faintly of boiled potatoes and last night's radiator leak. Your wife is boiling tea. She doesn't ask if you found anything. She can tell by your face. She just sighs, then goes to tear another page from an old calendar. It's from 1971. Lenin's face now has a suspicious crease. "You're sure you want to use that side?" you ask. She shrugs. This is how it's been for years. Everyone knows someone who gets a few rolls from the ministry. But for the average person, it's a game of strategy, patience, and occasional bribery. You learn the delivery days. You make friends with store clerks. You trade cigarettes for tips. You follow rumors like they're maps to buried treasure. In the communal hallway, you overhear someone bragging about a cousin in Riga who just got 4 rolls at once. Western ones. Smells like lemon, she says, as if she's talking about gold. You think about your own stash, two backup rolls under the sink, both practically made from recycled sandpaper. You save them for emergencies. But let's face it, every day is an emergency. Historians still argue whether the Soviet leadership genuinely believed hygiene products were a luxury, or if it was simply an oversight in their vast central planning machine. Either way, no one prioritized it. You can plan tank production down to the bolt, but toilet paper? That's too bourgeois. And yet, here you are, a proud citizen of the Soviet Union, wiping your backside with yesterday's Pravda. It wasn't always like this. Your grandmother remembers the late 40s. Things were rough, sure, but at least you could get brown paper, the kind used in butcher shops. Now, you're lucky if the public restroom even has walls. It's a strange feeling, living in a society that claims to be a worker's paradise, but can't meet the basic needs of its people. And toilet paper. It's not just about comfort. It's about dignity. It's about feeling like your life is clean, manageable, yours. Every absent roll is a tiny reminder that you're not in control. Still, you carry on. Because what else can you do? You go to work. You stand in line. You make jokes about sandpaper rolls and collect rumors about a new shipment arriving in 3 weeks. You laugh when someone says Gorbachev wipes with American bills because maybe he does. And you dream. You dream of soft, white, two-ply luxury, the kind you saw once on a finished TV broadcast. You dream of a day when going to the bathroom doesn't feel like a tactical operation. A day when you don't have to choose between comfort and compliance. But for now, you fold another newspaper page into a rough little square, shake your head, and try not to think too much about Lenin's nose. Tomorrow, the line will form again, and you'll be in it. You wake up the next morning with a stiff neck, a slightly frozen pillow, and the quiet, nagging dread of needing to go, but not having the proper supplies. The radiator gave up around 3 a.m., and now the apartment smells faintly of rust and cabbage, which, let's be honest, has austerity. One editorial you read said that the West was enslaved by its material desires, and that the Soviet citizens' stoic hygiene was a mark of moral strength. Stoic hygiene. Go ahead, put that on a t-shirt. You remember watching a public service announcement where a woman cheerfully explains how to stretch each square and ends by dabbing her cheeks with a copy of Komsomolskaya Pravda. It aired only once, but you and your brother still quote it every New Year's. There's a theory floating around your neighborhood that propaganda was used as a kind of psychological relief valve. If people can laugh at their suffering, they're less likely to revolt. So the posters kept coming. The TV clips kept playing. Toilet paper is not the problem. It's your attitude toward cleanliness. And this is where it gets really bizarre. The state started positioning toilet paper itself as a Western vice. The idea that soft, perfumed, mass-produced paper was a symbol of moral decay, an emblem of excess. You didn't need it. You just wanted it because you were weak. You'd been infected by capitalist imagery. One magazine went so far as to declare, true Soviet citizens clean themselves with the past by repurposing history, which is a very poetic way of saying, tear up that outdated economics textbook. Of course, the system wasn't entirely blind to how ridiculous this was. Every now and then, someone would bring up the issue at a local council meeting. Comrades, the people need hygienic products, someone would declare, and then they'd be reassigned to the sanitation department. You remember one poor man who suggested importing small amounts of Western toilet paper to study it, purely for research, of course. He was politely accused of ideological contamination. He now works in the warehouse that stores surplus boots. Even schools got involved. Kids were taught that conservation of paper was part of civic duty. Some classes assigned projects like My Hygienic Routine and the State. One girl gave a full presentation on folding patterns that reduced usage by 32%. She got a certificate. The rest of you just took notes. And then there were the actual design manuals. The government distributed leaflets on proper toilet use, diagrams, tips. There was one pamphlet with line art showing how to make a single square last 5 uses. No one ever figured out what the 5th use was. It wasn't just about scarcity anymore. It became a test of ideological loyalty. To complain too loudly about toilet paper was to betray the socialist cause. Westerners are obsessed with comfort, said one pamphlet. We are obsessed with progress. Yes, progress. You think of this as you stare at the nearly transparent roll hanging in your lavatory like a taunt. The contradiction only deepens. While stores stay empty, the media starts showcasing model homes stocked with pristine bathroom setups, gleaming faucets, matching tiles, soft rolls placed just so. But you and everyone you know, toilet paper. But you also need pulp to make books, cardboard, packaging, propaganda posters, and literally thousands of other things. So guess where that pulp went first? Not to your bathroom. If there was ever a national symbol for things we didn't think through, it's the fact that toilet paper shortages were never formally acknowledged in planning meetings. But paper quotas for revolutionary literature? Those were sacrosanct. Some factories tried to keep up, bless their underfunded, asbestos-lined hearts. But they were outdated, poorly managed, and sometimes located in places that didn't even have enough electricity to run all year. You remember touring one as a student. The floor, sticky with old glue. The machines rattling like ancient skeletons. The factory boss wore the expression of a man waiting for a meteor. And even if they did meet production goals, guess what? Transportation was another headache. 1,000 rolls might be made in Siberia. But if the train got delayed or rerouted to deliver fertilizer, good luck getting that paper to Volgograd. The system didn't reward flexibility. It rewarded obedience. And so, obedience came, often with the scent of wet cardboard and deep frustration. You pass by an old coworker today who tells you his neighbor just used tree bark. Birch, he clarifies, as if that makes it better. Still, people got creative. You've seen it all. Stacked calendars, sliced telephone books, even reused brown paper bags if you were lucky enough to find one. The bravest souls use shiny candy wrappers. Shiny, candy, wrappers. It's a delicate operation and not one you recommend. But even with all the improvisation, it's hard not to feel insulted. Other countries didn't have this problem. Even East Germany, managed to keep their shelves stocked better. Not great, mind you. But at least people weren't bringing scissors into the bathroom. You stop for a moment under a dripping pipe and wonder how things got this far. How did a system so proud of its order end up making something as basic as toilet paper into a daily obsession? There's a famous joke that floats around factory towns like a paper ghost. Q. What do the Soviets use for toilet paper? A. The 5-year plan. It's full of crap and tears easily, but even that's not entirely fair. Because you wanted to believe in the plan. You grew up learning that everything was calculated, fair, and scientific, that your needs were understood, accounted for, protected. Then, somewhere between childhood and this morning's newspaper square shuffle, you realized the plan doesn't care about you. The plan doesn't even know you exist. Still, you do what everyone else does. You keep showing up to work. You keep scanning shelves. You keep folding papers, smoothing the creases like a ritual. You pretend it doesn't bother you, that it's all temporary, that things will improve. Spoiler, they won't. You're walking past the local paper mill today, if you can call it that. It looks more like a rusted museum to bad decisions than an actual factory. The smokestack barely smokes. The walls are stained with a mystery ooze you stopped questioning years ago. And somewhere deep inside, a tired machine is churning out yet another batch of packaging paper, instead of the thing people are actually desperate for. See, the real kicker is this. Even when the government did invest in factories, they weren't usually built for toilet paper. Why? Because toilet paper doesn't make tanks, or rockets, or medals. It doesn't parade well on May Day. So in the grand scheme of Soviet industrial priorities, it was always shoved to the bottom of the list. That's how you end up with factories producing precision ball bearings faster than soft pulp rolls. Because in the USSR, prestige came first, practicality came later. Or not at all. It wasn't like the Soviets couldn't build toilet paper plants. They just didn't. The planners preferred big, impressive stuff: steel mills, power plants, chemical refineries. Heavy industry was the darling of the regime. You know, the kind of stuff that looks great in grainy propaganda reels with dramatic music and heroic slow-motion welding. Toilet paper? Not heroic. Nobody ever said, "Comrade Ivan heroically unrolled 28 meters of hygienic tissue under pressure." No statues for that. One time, you visited a newer facility, way out in Belarus. You were told it had modern equipment. That meant 1960s Polish rollers salvaged from a shuttered print shop. The engineer gave you a sheepish grin as he described the production line. It makes 200 rolls a day, on a good day with no wind. Historians still argue whether the USSR's chronic underproduction of consumer goods like toilet paper was an accident of ideology or a deliberate form of control. Some say the planners genuinely underestimated demand. Others think shortages were a way to keep the public distracted and dependent, like a soft-ply leash. Either way, the factories just weren't there. Or, if they were jerry-rigged disasters. You've heard of one plant in Kazakhstan that made something vaguely roll-shaped, but the paper disintegrated when touched. Workers nicknamed it Ghost Roll. People bought it anyway. Anything was better than tearing up old atlases. And let's talk materials again. Wood pulp is the main ingredient in toilet paper, sure. But in the USSR, that pulp was needed for other things. Packaging meat, printing textbooks, and producing endless propaganda posters with smiling workers and muscular wheat. If it came down to a pamphlet praising tractor output or your hygiene, guess what got the pulp? Even when paper mills tried to make toilet paper, they faced strict quotas and constant shortages of basic supplies, like bleach, water, and maintenance parts. There's a story you once heard from a friend who worked at a mill outside Perm. One week, they ran out of glue, so they used mashed potatoes. You'd like to believe that's a joke. You really would. The mill you're walking past now used to make envelopes, then folders, then strange brittle sanitary pads no one wanted. Every few months, it got a new directive from the regional planning board: produce X tons of paper, any paper, as long as it looked good on a graph. Never mind if it was actually usable. You peek through a window. The floor is lined with damp cardboard scraps. A man in a grease-stained coat wipes his forehead with a brown paper towel that looks suspiciously like sandpaper. He sees you. He shrugs. You both understand. Meanwhile, there were places that did know how to make proper toilet paper. The technology existed. Western factories were pumping out soft, multiply, quilted dreams on automated lines. But importing that technology? Ideologically suspicious. Why rely on capitalist softness when you could stand proud with your sandpapery struggle? And so, while other countries were fine-tuning roll width and sheet count, the USSR was debating whether to build another cement plant. You heard once that a minister in Moscow claimed consumer goods would naturally increase once socialism fully matured. You suspect he never had to share a bathroom with 7 people and one emergency roll from 1972. The real kicker came during the Olympics. Not the events themselves, but the prep. When Moscow hosted the 1980 Summer Olympics, suddenly, magically, Western-style toilet paper appeared, at least in hotels and athlete accommodations. Some say it was smuggled in from Finland. Others say a special factory was built just for the occasion, complete with imported machinery and hush-hush foreign consultants. For 2 shining months, certain bathrooms gleamed like capitalist havens. And then, just as suddenly, it all disappeared. Like a dream. A very clean dream. You remember sneaking into one of those Olympic bathrooms. You were 19. It had automatic faucets. The toilet flushed. The paper smelled faintly of chamomile. You wept. That was the moment you realized the state could do it if it wanted to. It simply didn't want to. For you. The aftermath of these temporary luxuries? You guessed it. Back to rough brown rolls that tore unevenly and disintegrated at the worst moment. The Olympic factory was reassigned to produce export tissue products, which is a polite way of saying they sold the good stuff abroad for hard currency while you were stuck with wartime rations. You pass an alley where 3 grandmothers are haggling over half a roll. It's Finnish, one insists. I bought it at the foreign currency store. The others scoff, but they're still interested. It's odd, really, how something so humble, so basic, could become a form of social currency. Having a stash of real toilet paper gave you prestige. You'd see a roll in someone's bathroom and immediately wonder, how did they get this? Who do they know? By now, you've developed a 6th sense. You can spot foreign toilet paper from across the room. You know the weight, the crinkle, the faint scent. It's like being a sommelier for something no one wants to talk about. And still, the factories remain unchanged, outdated, misaligned, focused on the wrong kind of paper, because that's what the plan said. And in the Soviet Union, the plan was never wrong, even when it left you squatting over a shredded roadmap and praying no one knocks. You're back in the kitchen, fiddling with the radio dial. It's 1965, and the kitchen wallpaper is still somehow peeling in a geometric pattern that was never in style. Your neighbor's dog is howling in the distance. The radiator's knocking again. And in the middle of all this, a newsreader calmly mentions that paper production is up 12% over last year. You glance toward the bathroom and smirk. Sure, up 12%. You've been using a damp copy of Izvestia all week. and your left cheek is starting to know the meaning of state discomfort. But you're not alone. Across the USSR, in cities, towns, and desolate factory outposts, people are starting to notice something's off. Not just a shortage, but a pattern. The 1960s brought many promises, advances in science, space, and housing. Khrushchev had even declared, with his signature flair, that the Soviet people would be living in true communism by 1980. Toilet paper, however, did not get the memo. By the mid-1960s, the early warning signs of the Great Roll Crisis began to unroll. Pun, tragically intended. It started with delays. People showing up to stores and finding empty shelves, not once, but repeatedly. Then came rumors. There's a shipment in Minsk. The Latvian rolls are softer. My cousin says Ukraine's got real stuff cottony, with printed flowers. Printed flowers? Imagine that. At first, you think maybe it's a regional issue. Maybe the train lines froze. Maybe there's a pulp shortage. But then it keeps happening, month after month. You hear the same stories in Leningrad, Yekaterinburg, even Moscow. Something's wrong. And then the whisper comes down. The factories aren't making enough. The plan didn't include realistic hygiene forecasts. Or perhaps the plan did, and someone higher up crossed it out to prioritize another tractor factory. Historians still argue whether 1965 was the official beginning of the toilet paper crisis, or merely the moment people started saying the quiet part out loud. Either way, by this point, you're rationing your squares. Some people, especially the elderly, are sewing little cloth wipes. You never want to be that guy. One factory in Yaroslavl reportedly made a batch of toilet rolls using untreated recycled paper. People broke out in hives. For weeks. It became known locally as the paper plague. You still flinch when you hear that brand name. And then, in a stroke of beautifully Soviet logic, officials respond to the growing demand for toilet paper by producing more books about hygiene, pamphlets, posters, a public information campaign about the importance of clean living and efficient resource use. You read one poster that suggested cutting each square in half. Another implied that true patriots didn't complain about their paper needs, they made do with less. That's when the jokes started getting darker. Q. What's the Soviet three-ply? A. Yesterday's news, a leaf, and your dignity. You laugh dryly, because it's true. The rolls you do get are rarely perforated. You tear them unevenly, always with that edge of hesitation, trying to stretch what you have. And still, you end up needing to hang your coat on the doorknob just to trap some warmth while you sit and contemplate your life decisions. The funny thing is, the word started spreading even outside the USSR. Western journalists, visiting during the late 60s, noted the lack of basic hygiene goods in stores. A few filed cautious stories about shortages of common bathroom items. Nothing too pointed, but people noticed. There's an account of a French journalist asking a shopkeeper in Moscow, "Where is the toilet paper?" The man allegedly replied, "You should have asked that question 20 years ago." Oof. Of course, there were attempts to fix it. A directive in 1967 declared a renewed effort to modernize consumer paper goods. A handful of new machines were imported from East Germany. 24 specialized workshops were assigned the heroic mission of producing single-ply toilet rolls with state-approved smoothness. Smoothness, in case you were wondering, was not included. You once saw a roll from that 1967 batch. It was beige, faintly sticky, smelled like wet chalk. The box said, Grade 2 domestic hygienic tissue for civilian use. It may as well have said, Despair, now in roll form. There's an ongoing joke in your friend group. Someone comes back from a state trip with a roll in a little plastic bag, holds it up, and says, Imported. Everyone gasps. You all pass it around like a relic. One guy even wrapped his in a doily and put it on a shelf. You still don't know if he was joking. People start trading. A small barter market emerges in neighborhoods. 2 eggs for half a roll. A day's babysitting for 1 full, unopened finish pack. There's even a guy, no one knows his real name, who goes by Bum King. He sells soft rolls from under his trench coat. Expensive, mysterious origin, but oh, so worth it. You met him once, or maybe someone pretending to be him. He offered you a pastel pink roll that smelled like violets. East German, he whispered. You held it in your hands like a newborn. Then you gave it to your wife for her birthday. Romance, Soviet style. But for most people, by the end of the 60s, the situation was clear. This wasn't a temporary inconvenience. It was a feature of the system. You adapted. You made choices based on rumors and desperation. You started to carry a folded sheet of newsprint in your pocket, just in case. The kids at school learned how to fold squares just right. The grandparents told stories of softer days, which you're 90% sure were fabricated. No one actually remembered toilet paper being plush. They just liked making you jealous. One time, your brother visited someone in the diplomatic corps. They had actual Western toilet paper, quilted, 2-ply, with scent. He told you it was like being hugged by capitalism. You slapped him, but only lightly. What's strange is that you stopped being angry about it. The shortage became normal, part of daily life, a funny kind of defeat wrapped in dry, beige sheets and broken promises. And still, you hoped, because there were whispers that someone, somewhere, was finally taking it seriously. Spoiler, they weren't. You lean against the apartment stairwell, waiting for your neighbor to finish recounting his dream about Brezhnev riding a golden toilet. No one knows what it means, but it feels oddly symbolic. Dreams like that don't just come out of nowhere. Back in your flat, your wife is cutting out an old propaganda article to hang over the sink, not because it's meaningful, but because the paper is too waxy to use and too brittle to fold. You've all become experts now, experts in judging the grain of paper, the density, the likelihood of it disintegrating on contact. It's practically a second career. And what's amazing is that the state still wants you to believe you're living the good life. You leaf through a recent copy of Ogonyok, the glossy Soviet magazine with just enough color to distract you. There's a photo spread of cheerful factory workers. One woman is holding what might be a roll of something, but the caption only says, Innovations in Fiber Products. The irony is so thick, you could probably cut it with a dull cheese knife. See, by the early 1970s, the toilet paper crisis wasn't just a shortage anymore, it was a contradiction. Because even as daily life grew rougher, the official message only got rosier. State media insisted that life was improving, that production was rising, that consumer satisfaction was at an all-time high. You're sitting there, practically exfoliating your behind with tree bark, and the radio is telling you about the bounty of socialism. Historians still argue whether this media contradiction was delusion or design. Maybe the censors truly believed the propaganda. Maybe it was all just part of the system's grand performance. If the state looks confident enough, the people might pretend too. So what do you do when reality and rhetoric diverge? You make jokes. You laugh, darkly, loudly, desperately. You and your coworkers keep a list of fake slogans posted on your locker room wall. Softness is decadent. Rough paper builds character. A clean conscience doesn't require clean wipes. Western tissue? Bourgeois comfort for capitalist butts. One of the guys even drew a cartoon of Marx frowning at a roll of Charmin. He labeled it traitor. You're 70% sure someone reported him, but the posters stayed up. Propaganda during this time began to take a strange turn. Instead of promising luxury, it started celebrating austerity. One editorial you read said that the West was enslaved by its material desires, and that the Soviet citizens' stoic hygiene was a mark of moral strength. Stoic hygiene. Go ahead, put that on a t-shirt. You remember watching a public service announcement where a woman cheerfully explains how to stretch each square and ends by dabbing her cheeks with a copy of Komsomolskaya Pravda. It aired only once, but you and your brother still quote it every New Year's. There's a theory floating around your neighborhood that propaganda was used as a kind of psychological relief valve. If people can laugh at their suffering, they're less likely to revolt. So the posters kept coming. The TV clips kept playing. Toilet paper is not the problem. It's your attitude toward cleanliness. And this is where it gets really bizarre. The state started positioning toilet paper itself as a Western vice. The idea that soft, perfumed, mass-produced paper was a symbol of moral decay, an emblem of excess. You didn't need it. You just wanted it because you were weak. You'd been infected by capitalist imagery. One magazine went so far as to declare, "True Soviet citizens clean themselves with the past by repurposing history," which is a very poetic way of saying, tear up that outdated economics textbook. Of course, the system wasn't entirely blind to how ridiculous this was. Every now and then, someone would bring up the issue at a local council meeting. "Comrades, the people need hygienic products," someone would declare, and then they'd be reassigned to the sanitation department. You remember one poor man who suggested importing small amounts of Western toilet paper to study it, purely for research, of course. He was politely accused of ideological contamination. He now works in the warehouse that stores surplus boots. Even schools got involved. Kids were taught that conservation of paper was part of civic duty. Some classes assigned projects like My Hygienic Routine and the State. One girl gave a full presentation on folding patterns that reduced usage by 32%. She got a certificate. The rest of you just took notes. And then there were the actual design manuals. The government distributed leaflets on proper toilet use, diagrams, tips. There was one pamphlet with line art showing how to make a single square last 5 uses. No one ever figured out what the 5th use was. It wasn't just about scarcity anymore. It became a test of ideological loyalty. To complain too loudly about toilet paper was to betray the socialist cause. "Westerners are obsessed with comfort," said one pamphlet. "We are obsessed with progress." Yes, progress. You think of this as you stare at the nearly transparent roll hanging in your lavatory like a taunt. The contradiction only deepens. While stores stay empty, the media starts showcasing model homes stocked with pristine bathroom setups, gleaming faucets, matching tiles, soft rolls placed just so. But you, and everyone you know, understands the trick. Those homes were staged, either built for photo shoots or reserved for the elite. One journalist you met briefly in a train station told you the rolls in those photos were empty shells, carefully wound and glued. Display only, he whispered, like plastic fruit, but crueler. Still, the image persists. In state posters, families are shown smiling in spotless bathrooms, the tissue neatly folded in a perfect triangle. But you've never seen anyone fold a triangle in real life, except when someone got creative for a wedding gift. Toilet paper propaganda didn't just gloss over the shortage. It rebranded the entire idea of shortage as virtue. And once that line was crossed, you began to wonder what else was being spun. Maybe the abundant food supply wasn't so abundant. Maybe those record harvests were cooked books. Maybe the shelves were empty for a reason beyond bad luck. The toilet paper, in its absurd absence, began to whisper truths the loudspeakers never would. And still, you carried on, because that's what people do. You cracked jokes. You nodded through speeches. You made do. Because in the USSR, there was no such thing as running out, just not having it right now. And maybe not tomorrow, or next week. But eventually, someday, probably, maybe. You folded another page of Pravda, carefully avoiding the editorial praising factory quotas. It wasn't quite irony. It was just Tuesday. You step into a public restroom, more out of desperation than hope. The door creaks ominously, hinges clinging to life. There's no handle. The floor is wet with something that refuses to evaporate. The stall door doesn't quite close. And there, staring back at you from the wall, is the cruel, familiar sight. A metal holder with nothing in it. Not even the cardboard tube. And yet, somehow, you're not surprised. Because by now, you've learned to carry your own toilet packet when you leave the house. A plastic bag with a few squares, a small bottle of water, and just enough dread to keep your expectations low. You glance around for alternatives. Sometimes there are old newspapers folded in a plastic bag hanging on a hook. Sometimes there's a stack of receipt paper, already damp. Today, there's nothing. Just graffiti, some political, some romantic, some poetic, in that bleak Soviet way. One scrawl simply says, "This is not what Lenin meant." You nod in silent agreement. See, when the real toilet paper vanished, the country didn't stop wiping. It just got resourceful. Everyone found substitutes. Everyone had their method. It became one of those quiet, universal things you didn't talk about, but everyone knew. And the options? Oh, comrade, they were memorable. Newspaper was the standard. Not just any newspaper. Pravda, Izvestia, even the old Red Star. They printed so many copies, no one missed a few issues. Plus, the ink rubbed off in a way that left your backside looking like you sat on a mimeograph. A rare but not impossible form of passive protest. If you were lucky enough to get Western magazines through a friend, a relative abroad, or your local black market, you learned very quickly that glossy pages were not your friend. Beautiful? Yes. Effective? Number more than one person ended up with a paper cut in a place no one wants to talk about. Historians still argue whether the widespread use of newspaper was due solely to necessity, or if there was also a twinge of satisfaction in using party literature for such a humbling purpose. Either way, Lenin got very familiar with Soviet plumbing. Some factories tried issuing toilet paper alternatives, essentially just rough brown sheets made from recycled packaging material. People referred to it as state sandpaper. Others called it Beria's revenge. Waxy food wrappers became highly prized, the kind used to package candies or margarine, not too sharp, slightly slick. You once traded a half bar of chocolate for 3 good sheets. That was a good day. Then there was the packaging from imported goods. If you ever managed to get your hands on West German toothpaste, the box was often more valuable than the product itself. Tough, flexible, slightly scented cardboard. You remember one woman in your building who collected those boxes like treasure. She stacked them neatly in the cabinet above her toilet, like a humble shrine to hygiene, ingenuity. School children were taught folding methods: the accordion, the quad, the pinch triangle. Everyone had their preferred fold. Some even used knitting needles to create reusable cloth wipes, rinsed and boiled over and over again. The older generation returned to pre-war habits, reintroducing homemade solutions passed down like family recipes. You once saw a woman boil handkerchiefs in a pot that was later used for soup. You did not stay for dinner. There's a particularly legendary substitute called filter paper, a stiff, fibrous material once intended for lab use. How it made its way into bathrooms is anyone's guess, but the result was unforgettable. It absorbed nothing, tore unpredictably, and made a sound like sand crunching underfoot. Using it felt like trying to dry yourself with a math textbook. Public buildings sometimes stock school notebook paper, thin, lined, and just coarse enough to remind you of algebra. The ink would smudge into faint ghosts of forgotten equations. You never quite felt right afterward, sitting on anything white. The fringe methods? Let's just say there were some very creative souls. Birch leaves in the summer, shredded rags in the winter. You once heard of a man who used onion skins. He was never quite the same. The phrase makeshift bidet also entered the lexicon in ways that still make you wince. Still, people adjusted. They learned to carry small kits in their handbags, in their pockets, tucked inside boots. You remember the sigh of someone pulling out a folded sheet of foreign paper, like a magician revealing a secret. Sometimes they shared, sometimes they didn't, depending on how desperate things were. And it wasn't just about cleanliness. Substitutes changed how people saw their world. A candy wrapper wasn't just trash, it was potential. A soft napkin from a train cafe? Gold. People scouted restaurants, cinemas, even train stations, not for entertainment, but for any glimpse of a proper square. It's odd how your standards shifted. You went from wanting two-ply softness to simply hoping for not bloody. One time, someone handed you a soft white tissue. You almost cried. Then you found out it was a funeral napkin from a diplomat's memorial. You didn't ask questions. You folded it neatly and saved it for an emergency. At one point, a black market brand appeared, unofficially dubbed Comrade Comfort. It was rumored to be made in a hidden facility run by ex-prison workers. It came wrapped in wax paper with no label. You never saw it in stores, but when you did get it, oh, the texture, the luxury. You still remember how it didn't crumple in your hand like shame. That one roll lasted 3 weeks. You rationed it like wartime sugar. Each square folded and refolded, counted like currency. And yet, despite all this absurdity, people rarely complained loudly. Maybe because they were used to improvising. Maybe because they feared being labeled ungrateful or infected with consumerism. Maybe because they were too busy looking for eggs, light bulbs, or actual meat. Still, you wonder, did the leadership ever really know what it was like? Did they ever sit in a freezing apartment, holding half a roll of experimental cardboard, wondering whether this time it would hold up? Unlikely. They had private stock, special access. The joke goes that Brezhnev once ordered 500 cases of Italian toilet paper for diplomatic purposes, but everyone knew where most of it ended up. And you made do. You survived. You improvised. You learned not to flush certain things unless you wanted the building to flood. But deep down, beneath the resignation, there was always that little flicker of hope. That somewhere, someday, you'd open a cabinet and find not torn newspaper, not waxy box edges, not crunchy lab scraps, but a soft, pristine roll. Wrapped, perforated, and yours. You're standing on a corner near the trolleybus stop, minding your own business, when a hunched figure in a headscarf sidles up next to you. She doesn't make eye contact, doesn't smile, just slips a soft plastic bag under her arm and mutters, "Imported. 2 rolls. 15 rubles." You don't respond right away. You're still scanning the horizon for the trolley. It's late. Again. But that phrase, imported, hits your ears like a lullaby. You turn slowly. She's already looking away. No transaction yet. No movement. The whole thing has to be subtle. After all, you're not in a market. You're not in a store. You're at the corner of Soviet legality and old-school hustle, also known as the black market. Welcome to the underbelly of Soviet hygiene, where the soft stuff flows not from factories, but from briefcases, handbags, and the inside pockets of grannies who could crush a man with a glance. By the 1970s, with shortages growing worse and factories falling further behind, the black market became the only semi-reliable source of actual usable toilet paper. Not that you'd say that out loud. You'd just say, "I know a guy," and everyone would understand. Historians still argue whether this underground economy was a symptom of dysfunction or a natural response to the absurd rigidity of state planning. But either way, it was real. It was thriving, and it operated like a parallel universe, one where the ruble had less power than a tin of sardines or a carton of cigarettes. You reach into your coat. 15 rubles is steep. That's almost a week of lunch at the cafeteria. But she pulls the top of the bag down just slightly, and you see the edge. White, fluffy, perforated, perforated. Your hand moves on its own. Money changes palms. She slides you the bag like a spy passing off state secrets. You don't look until she's gone, disappeared into the crowd of wool coats and knit caps. You duck behind a kiosk and peek inside. 2 rolls, finish. Soft, clean, wrapped in cellophane that makes the faintest crinkle. You can barely breathe. Back home, your wife doesn't believe you at first. Then she opens the bag and gasps. You place 1 roll in the cabinet. The other? Well, the other goes under the bed, inside a shoebox, wrapped in a towel, like it's a bottle of 1923 cognac. You never know. This is how toilet paper became currency. In some circles, it was more valuable than rubles. After all, money couldn't guarantee supply. Toilet paper, especially foreign toilet paper, meant something. It was the symbol of success, of connections, of cunning. At work, people whispered about contacts. There was always someone who knew a driver or had a cousin in customs. You heard tales of rolls smuggled in through diplomatic channels, trade shipments, or even with Western tourists who were quickly and subtly relieved of their luggage. One American student, fresh off a train in Kyiv, reportedly had her entire stash bought by desperate locals before she even left the station. Barter became the language of survival. You'd overhear deals like, "I'll trade you 3 eggs and a frozen chicken for a Finnish roll," or I'll clean your stairwell all month if you let me have 1 square for my mother-in-law's birthday. In some cities, entire informal networks formed. Grandmothers held court from park benches, discreetly passing along names and prices. Teenagers ran delivery errands in exchange for chocolate bars. One enterprising man in Odessa operated out of a shoe repair booth, fixing soles in the front, selling scented East German tissue in the back. People called him Dr. Scholl. There was even a whisper campaign about a secret black market catalog, a samizdat publication with handwritten entries passed from hand to hand listing known suppliers, quality ratings, and trade opportunities. You never saw a copy yourself, but you knew someone who swore it existed. Page 3, he said, has an essay on Western ply layering techniques. Changed my life. There's a particular thrill in pulling off a successful trade. That rush when someone hands you a roll still warm from their coat. That moment of triumph when you carry it home, discreet but electric. You once saw a man holding a full 5-pack like a newborn. Everyone on the tram gave him space, respect. And yet, this wasn't lawless chaos. The black market had rules. You didn't undercut a supplier. You didn't sell state-issued sandpaper rolls and pretend they were foreign. You definitely didn't flash your stash around. More than one unlucky soul attracted attention and found themselves minus both their toilet paper and their front teeth. You learned fast who to trust. The babushka with the green scarf. Legit. The boy on the corner with the box of suspiciously uniform rolls. Probably rewrapped state rejects. You bought once, never again. Even the KGB got involved. Not because they cared about hygiene, but because anything that created informal networks was a threat. Smuggling, hoarding, conspiring, those were dangerous words in Soviet ears. There were reports of raids, confiscations. One poor woman was fined for unauthorized resale of Western sanitary goods. Her crime? Giving a friend a single square of Austrian tissue for her wedding day. You wonder sometimes if the state ever realized what they'd created. A shadow economy fueled by human necessity, propped up by whispers, winks, and the desperate need for softness. It was absurd. It was humiliating, but it worked. And as strange as it sounds, you kind of miss it. The thrill, the chase, the camaraderie of shared desperation. You and your friends would laugh about it over tea, swapping war stories like old generals. Remember the time we drove 3 hours for that Polish bulk pack? And it turned out to be recycled school notebooks? With math problems still visible. You all roar with laughter, because what else can you do? Toilet paper wasn't just a product, it was proof. Proof that you could navigate the system, that you had connections, that you weren't entirely at the mercy of state quotas and sad little rolls that felt like they were made from crushed regrets. You hold one of your precious black market rolls up to the light. It shines softly. It smells like nothing, which somehow makes it even more divine. You press it to your cheek for just a second, then tuck it away. Who needs rubles anyway? The line outside the shop stretches like a living organism, tired, cold, and mildly hostile. You've been in it for 40 minutes. No one speaks. Eye contact is risky. There's a rhythm to this, and everyone knows it. Wait, shuffle forward, sigh, repeat. The old man behind you breathes heavily through his nose. The woman ahead keeps glancing at her watch. Someone further up has started muttering the Lord's Prayer, probably out of habit, not hope. There's a sign taped to the door. Toilet paper, limited quantity, Show coupons. You touch the inside of your coat pocket. It's still there. The little blue slip with your apartment number, an official stamp, issued by the local trade committee last month. It entitles you to 2 rolls per person per quarter, which would be hilarious if it weren't so devastating. That's the system now. Coupons. Coupons and lines. The central planners realized, finally, that people were furious. Not enough to revolt, no, but enough to complain. Loudly. So they created a distribution model based on need. Or rather, what they thought looked like need. You remember receiving your first toilet paper coupon like it was a medal. There was a long meeting at the apartment committee office, a speech, a ledger, a rubber stamp that looked older than the Bolshevik Revolution. And when they handed you that flimsy slip of ration dignity, you wanted to laugh. Historians still argue whether the coupon system was a genuine attempt at fairness or just another way to pretend the problem was under control. In practice, it was chaos. Paper quotas varied by region. Some cities got monthly distributions. Others, like yours, were on a quarterly, rotational supply cycle, which sounds suspiciously like a polite way of saying randomly ignored. And then, of course, came the surveillance. The state wanted to make sure nobody abused the coupon system, so they tracked who got what, when, where, why. The why was especially ridiculous, considering the answer was always the same. Because we need it. You once missed a distribution because you had the flu. When you tried to claim your rolls the next day, the clerk barked, "It's not your week," like you were trying to smuggle uranium. You reported it to the neighborhood committee. They made a note. Nothing happened. Later, you heard your name had been mentioned at the Domcom meeting. Questionable resource behavior, they called it. That's when you started keeping your head down. The stores began requiring ID for toilet paper pickups. Sometimes 2 forms, always a signature. You saw a man get turned away because he wrote his last name in cursive instead of block letters. Another woman brought her mother's coupon after she died. The clerk stared at her for a long time before saying, "The dead don't wipe." You shuffled forward. There were rumors that the KGB was using toilet paper distribution to track people. Not because they cared about hoarding, but because the lines became gathering places. People talked in lines. People whispered in lines. And the government didn't like that. A man on your floor disappeared for a week after joking that the party had finally created the Great Soviet Bum Line. He came back quieter, paler, and with a mysteriously perfect roll of soft paper in his coat pocket. No one asked. The absurdity didn't end with rationing. There was the constant rechecking. You had to show your coupon at the store, but also at the distribution center, which wasn't always in the same place. Then someone had to initial your usage. Some clerks used pen. Others used pencil. You started carrying your own pen, just in case. People started faking coupons. Crude at first, hand-drawn rectangles with crooked stamps. But then they got better. Black market artists emerged who could mimic the ministry seal using just a rubber eraser and a matchstick. Some even made up entire fictional toilet resource subdepartments. One man passed off a coupon from the League of Pulp Hygiene and got away with it. Until he didn't. Security at state stores tightened. Guards began inspecting bags, patting down coats. You heard of one store in Novosibirsk installing a mirror to check whether customers were smuggling rolls under their hats. But even with the paranoia, people still found ways to cheat the system. You once split a roll with a friend and rewound it onto two cores to meet your quota. A harmless cheat, a victimless crime. But your stomach still churned a little when you did it. The guilt wasn't about the act. It was about how normal it had become. Meanwhile, official state media kept spinning the story. They said coupons were a rational method of resource optimization, that they ensured equitable access to hygienic materials. A popular state broadcaster even did a feature showing workers happily exchanging coupons in a model distribution center. Everyone smiled. Everyone clapped. One woman even waved her stubby roll like a victory flag. You looked at your own stubby roll and tried to feel patriotic. You failed. One day, the store actually had a full shipment. You remember it vividly. The manager, a leathery man with a limp and a wall full of faded Brezhnev portraits, shouted from behind the counter. "Q order. Show your vouchers. No duplicates." You got your 2 rolls. Honest to Lenin, they were soft, white, unblemished. You walked home in silence, reverent, like you'd just returned from pilgrimage. When you arrived, you placed 1 roll in the cabinet and 1 on the dining table. Your wife stared at it like it might sing. "No one touches it," she said, "not until Sunday." So on Sunday, you used it, slowly, carefully, reverently. And when you were done, you placed the empty tube on the windowsill, a little monument to the rarest of domestic victories. Even now, you sometimes glance at that windowsill and remember, not just the softness, but the absurdity of needing state permission for something so basic. The next time the rationing changed, they introduced colored coupons: green for seniors, blue for families with children, red for party members. You saw a black one once, briefly, in the hands of a diplomat's driver. It was said to guarantee foreign standard hygiene products, 3-ply, scented, maybe even embossed. You didn't know whether to be envious or furious, so you settled for both. And still, you queued, you shuffled, you offered your papers, you kept your mouth shut. Because in the USSR, the line wasn't just for toilet paper, it was for obedience. And the coupon wasn't just permission, it was proof. Proof that you were still willing to play along. You hear the hum of the factory long before you see it. It's not a comforting hum. It's more of a desperate rattle, like the sound a sick tractor makes before dying in a field. A man outside is smoking beside a stack of splintered crates. The snow is dusted with ash, and the wind smells faintly of boiled glue and wet pulp. This is the local paper plant, one of the few in the region that even attempts to produce toilet paper. You've passed it many times. It always looks exhausted, like a place that wants to retire but can't, because someone keeps whispering about 5-year plans. Inside, the factory is dark and slightly sticky. The machinery is old. Not vintage old. Not classic industrial heritage old. Just rusting, patched together, pre-war kind of old. One machine has a handwritten sign: "Caution, barks when cold." You're here on a rare tour, part of your local union's Community Awareness Initiative. A euphemism for, "We're not fixing anything, but we'll show you where the problem is." Your guide is a wiry man named Yuri, with oil-streaked hands and a voice like gravel. He's been working here for decades. He leads your small group past heaps of raw wood pulp, massive drying drums, and stacks of what you hope is paper in progress. "We make 60 rolls per hour," Yuri says proudly, "on a good day." You blink. 60? That's with all 3 machines running, he adds. And if the steam pump doesn't seize, and if we get the glue, you start to do the math in your head. 60 rolls per hour, 8 hours per shift, 1 shift per day, most days. That's less than 500 rolls daily, assuming everything works. And it never does. Meanwhile, the town has 40,000 people. Yuri notices your expression and just shrugs. Better than nothing, comrade. This is the heart of the issue. The factories can't keep up. Not even close. Not because they don't want to, but because the entire system has been built on delay, denial, and duct tape. Historians still argue whether the blame lies with the Ministry of Light Industry, which oversaw consumer goods, or the regional councils that constantly redirected resources toward priority sectors. Either way, toilet paper remained stuck in the no man's land between low priority and impossible expectations. You pass a drying line with rolls the size of oil drums. It smells like wet laundry left out too long. Yuri rips off a square and hands it to you. It's stiff, fibrous, faintly gray. You fold it, it cracks. We call this grade 3 comfort, he says. You try not to laugh or cry. Back in Yuri's office, there's a hand-drawn production chart on the wall. It looks like the path of a drunk mosquito. Peaks, valleys, weird plateaus. Every note beside a drop reads like a personal apology. Machine 2 clutch failure. Steam valve rupture. Delivery train reassigned to military. No bleach for 11 days. You ask about modernization. Yuri chuckles. We requested new equipment in '72, he says. They sent us a manual from 1959. One of the main problems is raw material. Toilet paper doesn't grow on trees. Well, technically it does, but you need the right kind of wood, and more importantly, the right kind of processing. And guess what? Most of the pulp from Soviet forests is earmarked for cardboard, newspaper, or export-grade paper products. You remember reading about a factory in Arkhangelsk that spent an entire year producing only brown packaging paper. The director was promoted. When asked why they didn't switch to hygiene products, he replied, "The quotas did not say soft. They said tons." That's how it works. Production is measured in weight, not usability. A factory is considered successful if it produces 10 tons of paper, even if those 10 tons are useless. Yuri once made a roll so thick and rigid it was mistaken for an artillery shell. Meanwhile, spare parts are a disaster. Most of the machines were built in the 50s. A few are even older. When something breaks, which happens often, there's no replacement. You improvise, you weld, you borrow parts from other machines. At one point, Yuri tells you, the line was running with a bicycle chain, a shoehorn, and the handle of a samovar. He shows you a replacement belt he made from an old leather coat. Don't worry, he says. It only smokes when we push it. Even when they do produce a decent roll, getting it to the shelves is another nightmare. The logistics system is chaotic. Trains are late. Trucks are scarce. Priorities change mid-route. Sometimes the paper ends up in a city 400 kilometers away because someone misread a code. You once heard about an entire month's output being sent to a naval base by mistake. By the time the rolls were returned, half had dissolved in storage. The rest were auctioned off in a community hygiene raffle, which may be the saddest phrase ever uttered in Russian. Yuri sighs as he pours you weak tea. His thermos is wrapped in newspaper. You know, sometimes I think we're just pretending, he says. Pretending the machines still work. Pretending the plans still matter. Pretending the paper's good enough. You sip. You nod. because he's not wrong. Back outside, the snow's picking up. The factory smokes faintly against the gray sky, like it's embarrassed to be seen. A girl walks past holding a single roll in a plastic bag like it's a golden idol. Maybe it is. And you think about all the people who never see the inside of the factory, who just stand in line and wonder why nothing ever changes, why nothing ever gets better. The answer's simple. The system wasn't built to adapt. It was built to perform, to check boxes, to hit numbers. And toilet paper? It was never a number that mattered. So the factories can't keep up. They never will. Not unless something changes from the top. And the top is far too busy issuing speeches and inspecting model farms to care about the condition of your toilet roll. You walk home with that factory smell still clinging to your coat. You pass another line outside another store. Someone says they might have paper. No one believes it, but everyone stays, just in case. It's 1975, and tonight you're attending a very special meeting, though not by choice. The DOMCOM, or Housing Committee, has summoned all tenants from your building to the basement. The radiator down there always sounds like it's dying, and the chairs are a mix of wobbly stools and what appear to be dining chairs stolen from various apartments. At the head of the room is Comrade Sorokin, the local party representative. Behind him, two posters. One reads, "To plan is to win." The other, a newly laminated chart titled Hygienic Paper Allocation Report, Quarter 3. Laminated. Imagine the irony. He clears his throat. "Comrades," he begins, "some among you have expressed concerns regarding toilet paper availability." You exchange a glance with your wife. "Some?" As if you haven't all been doing Olympic-level squats in freezing bathrooms for months. Comrade Sorokin continues, reciting from a script. "The Ministry of Light Industry assures us that supply is adequate when distribution is respected. The issue lies not in production, but in improper usage and overconsumption." You feel your eyebrow twitch. Overconsumption? You're using fewer squares than a minimalist Tetris game. And this, right here, is the heart of the matter. The Kremlin knew about the shortages. The leadership had reports. Stacked binders full of citizen complaints, factory breakdowns, delivery failures. They weren't blind. They just didn't act. Or rather, they acted selectively. Historians still argue whether the central government saw hygiene shortages as minor, fixable blips, or whether they deliberately ignored them to focus on more prestigious goals. Rockets, diplomacy, space dogs, ceremonial tractors. And there's something darker in the air, too. A quiet understanding that complaints can cost you. Everyone in the room knows someone who made too much noise. Sometimes they got reassigned to a remote post. Sometimes they simply vanished from their job, their apartment, their life. So people started writing their complaints as poems, as jokes, as anonymous letters. You remember a satirical song that played once on Radio Yerevan before it mysteriously stopped airing. The lyrics included, "We build the world's best rockets, but can't wipe what we drop from pockets." It was funny, but not too funny. Back at the meeting, a woman from the 5th floor asks politely why her family of 6 receives only 2 rolls per month. "Perhaps," Sorokin replies, "the family could adopt more conservative hygiene practices. Citizens of Novosibirsk are doing very well with a single roll per household." You want to ask if he's been to Novosibirsk lately, but you don't. Instead, you sit through the rest of the meeting, where several points are discussed. Excessive softness in consumer expectations, undue romanticism of foreign tissue products, the ideological danger of black market hygiene. At one point, Sorokin holds up a single roll, clearly foreign, and says, "This is what corruption looks like." Then he drops it dramatically into a trash bin. It bounces twice. Everyone claps, carefully. You remember the old saying, the taller the speech, the shorter the supply. It holds true. Later that week, you overhear a janitor in the municipal building talking about an internal memo, meant for party officials only. It details the real situation. Production failures, raw material shortages, public dissatisfaction. It even includes suggested talking points like, use the term temporary inconsistency instead of shortage. You laugh out loud at that one. A temporary inconsistency, like a missing kidney. But it's not just about denial. It's about what they prioritized instead. You flip through old newspapers and count the headlines. New tractor factory in Tula. Successful wheat shipment to Mongolia. Joint scientific project with Bulgaria. Meanwhile, the only mention of hygiene reads, citizens encouraged to adopt simpler sanitation solutions in solidarity with national development goals. You still don't know what that means. No one does. And remember the Olympics? After the 1980 Moscow Games, internal reports revealed that the entire sanitation budget for several regions had been redirected to accommodate Western guests. Rolls that could have stocked thousands of homes were delivered to luxury hotels instead. Of course, the official story was different. Olympic success proves the strength of our system, they said. But back home, your bathroom cabinet remained empty. So you started calling it the Toilet Olympics. Events included competitive folding, speed queuing, and synchronized despair. Then there was the curious case of the Hygiene Innovation Initiative, announced in '76. A splashy campaign promising upgrades in paper quality and supply chains. You even saw posters, blue rolls floating beside confident slogans like, "The future is soft." Spoiler, it wasn't. The campaign fizzled out within months. One pilot factory burned down due to a machinery fault. Another converted back to packaging production after party officials declared that cardboard supports agriculture. Your cousin, who worked in regional logistics, told you the internal nickname was Operation BS, though of course he meant bureaucratic slippage. Still, even among the absurdity, some moments made you laugh until you couldn't breathe. Like the time a town in Belarus received an emergency shipment of ice cream wrappers labeled as sanitary backup paper. You know it's true because you've seen one framed on someone's wall. Or the time a man in Yalta opened a toilet museum in his basement. Entry was one square of toilet paper. He became rich. Briefly. What baffles you most isn't just the scarcity, it's how completely the leadership underestimated its impact. Because toilet paper isn't just about hygiene, it's about control, privacy, dignity. When people can't manage their most basic needs, they start to question everything else. And you started to question too. You began to see the cracks, the hollow speeches, the staged store photos, the slogans that didn't mean anything anymore. Not when your daily life was full of cardboard rolls and whispered sarcasm. Eventually, the government stopped talking about the shortage altogether. That was the final stage. If you ignore a problem long enough, maybe people will stop mentioning it. Maybe they'll fold up their anger like another piece of newspaper and pretend it's enough. It wasn't. You walk home from the meeting with your coupon in your pocket and your patience stretched thinner than the last factory roll. And when you pass the bulletin board by the stairwell and see the headline, Central Plan achieves record output in paper sector, you don't even stop to laugh. You just tear it down and fold it. Because, well, you never know when you'll need it. You've had the misfortune today of visiting a Soviet public toilet. You didn't want to. No one ever wants to. But sometimes the call of nature doesn't check the map. And now here you are, standing before a chipped metal door that groans like it's haunted. The smell hits you before you even push it open. A mixture of urine, sour bleach, despair, and the faint hint of cabbage stew someone gave up on digesting. You think about turning around, but there's no time. You brace yourself and step inside. The tiles are cracked, the walls damp, and the ceiling stained in mysterious patterns. One bulb flickers, hanging by a thread of wire like it's threatening to jump. The stalls are metal, doorless, and vaguely triangular, probably from years of corrosion and rage. There is no soap, no towels, and certainly, absolutely, no toilet paper. Just like always. And yet, this is normal. Expected even. This is Soviet bathroom culture in its rawest form. You've grown up with this, the art of surviving the state-sanctioned restroom experience with minimal trauma. You carry your own paper. You never touch the walls. You try not to breathe through your nose. And when it's really bad, you just hold it. Your grandfather used to tell stories about latrines in the 1930s. Holes in the ground, no stalls, just communal planks across pits of misery. You thought he was exaggerating. Then you traveled to a small village near Smolensk. He wasn't. But what's truly astounding isn't just the condition of the toilets. It's how utterly unimportant they seem in the larger Soviet infrastructure. Grand buildings? Yes. Opera houses? Certainly. Submarines and satellites? Absolutely. But toilets? Those are for the weak. In a country obsessed with modernity, it's strange how far behind bathroom design lagged. And toilet culture, more broadly, nearly non-existent. For much of the Soviet period, the idea of a private, well-equipped bathroom was either a fantasy or a reward reserved for the elite. Even in apartment blocks, especially the Khrushchevkas, those low-rise concrete rectangles scattered like gray Lego bricks across the country. Bathrooms were an afterthought. Tiny, cold, often shared. The pipes clanged like trapped ghosts, and water temperature was governed by whim, not science. And yet, somehow, you got used to it. You developed a whole routine. Check the flush, check the walls, check for lurking mold. Never sit unless it's your own toilet. And in public, never, ever, under any circumstances, touch anything with your bare hands. Some older buildings had attendants, usually grandmothers wrapped in thick scarves, sitting at tiny tables, selling squares of brown paper or hoarding the one working light bulb like it was state treasure. These ladies were feared and respected. You could bribe them with candy or small coins, but cross them. They could make you wait. Or worse, deny you entry. You did not want that. Historians still argue whether these attendants were appointed by municipal councils or if they simply appeared one day, self-appointed guardians of bathroom order. Either way, they maintained a code. And that code was not soft. In your youth, school bathrooms taught you the rules of survival early. One roll per class, locked in a cabinet, held by the teacher, who dispensed it like ancient scrolls. You learned to ration, to negotiate, to be creative. You learned not to drink too much before math class. At the university, things got no better. You once wrote an essay on symbolism in Dostoevsky, while holding your knees in a freezing cubicle, balancing your notebook on your thigh because the library toilets were closed for sanitation updates that never happened. It wasn't just discomfort, it was a system of unquestioned degradation. Like the state had quietly agreed that dignity, at least in the lavatory, was an expendable luxury. The strange thing, you began to see people take pride in suffering through it. We're tougher than the West, they'd say. We don't need perfumes and flushing and padded toilet seats. As if being forced to crouch over a questionable hole was a sign of moral superiority. That mindset ran deep. Even modest improvements, like the introduction of ceramic tiling or increased plumbing access, were framed as victories over softness. There was always a warning that comfort breeds laziness, that a padded seat weakens the worker's spirit, that Western bathrooms were indulgent dens of decline. One friend, who visited Hungary in the 70s, came back raving about toilet seat covers. Software plastic, easy to clean. We've conquered space, he said, but can't keep a toilet from freezing in November. He never got invited to party meetings again. There's even a legend about a Soviet engineer who traveled to Sweden and returned with sketches of modern bathroom layouts. When he submitted his design proposal to his ministry, it was rejected. Reason? Too luxurious for the working class. The man eventually emigrated, probably to somewhere with air fresheners. Meanwhile, Soviet citizens continued making do, using buckets in emergencies, hanging damp towels to plug the smell, praying the communal boiler didn't fail during winter. There's a saying, you know a country by its toilets. If that's true, then the USSR was a land of stoic suffering, limited privacy, and institutional indifference. A place where even your most personal moments were governed by scarcity and cold tile. And yet, amidst the grime and mildew, people joked. That was the great equalizer. Humor. Q. Why did the Soviet man go to the bathroom with a flashlight? A. To find hope. Or this gem. The toilet is like the party. No privacy, no paper, and you're punished if you sit too long. You heard those jokes in cafeterias, in factory lines, in kitchens at midnight over lukewarm tea. They were coded language, a way to speak truth when truth got you in trouble. Still, deep down, you envied the stories. The tales of foreigners with gleaming tiles and automatic flushes, of scented soaps and warm seats, of dignity. Your cousin, who worked maintenance at a hotel for foreigners, once snuck you in to use a Western-style restroom. You cried, not because it was beautiful, but because it was quiet, because no one knocked, because the paper came in a roll and didn't smell like the back of a closet. And when you returned home, you didn't tell anyone. You just folded the memory like a sheet of contraband tissue and tucked it into your soul. To this day, decades later, you sometimes walk past an old public restroom and catch that same whiff, ammonia, and resignation. And for a moment, you remember it all. The cracked tiles, the icy pipes, the scraped knees, the proud grannies with their keys and little bundles of scratchy brown squares. And you laugh, because if you didn't, you'd cry. You're standing in a narrow hallway of a Soviet apartment, eyeing an odd contraption perched next to the tub. It's white, porcelain, and absolutely foreign looking. Not a toilet, not a sink, just there. It even has its own little faucet and a drain. You've heard rumors, seen one once in a film reel from France, but never in person. Your neighbor, Ludmila, leans in and whispers, "It's called a bidet." Fancy, no? You nod, unsure if you're supposed to salute it or sit on it. The bidet, a device that might have solved everything. Well, not everything, but certainly a good portion of the Soviet toilet paper problem. A splash of water, a quick rinse, maybe a towel. Problem solved. System bypassed. National shortage irrelevant. And yet, the bidet never caught on. In a country where people built satellite tracking radar systems out of scrap metal and Soviet dreams, you'd think they could wrap their heads around a faucet for your backside. But nope, the bidet died on arrival. Historians still argue why. Was it cultural? Economic? A deep-rooted mistrust of foreign plumbing? Some blame it on Soviet architecture. Tiny bathrooms couldn't accommodate the extra fixture. Others say it was simply labeled as bourgeois decadence, the sort of thing that weakens the revolutionary resolve. You prefer Ludmila's theory. No one wanted to explain to their mother-in-law what it was for. And she's not wrong. In a culture where you couldn't even say toilet on the radio without eyebrows rising from the Politburo, introducing a device designed to clean said region with water pressure was practically scandalous. One tale still floats around your building. A French engineer assigned to a Moscow trade mission in the late 60s insisted on having a bidet installed in his diplomatic apartment. Local workers had never seen one. The plumbing crew allegedly installed it upside down and connected it to the radiator. When he turned it on, steam shot out and melted his socks. He returned to France shortly thereafter. The Soviet Union flirted with the idea of reusable hygiene. There were pamphlets in the 50s and 60s about using cloth. Domestic hygienic towels, they were called, but they never caught on. Too labor-intensive, too taboo, too embarrassing. And for men, forget it. No self-respecting Soviet male was going to explain to his drinking buddies that he washed instead of wiped. That was a fast track to nickname territory. Probably something like Captain Splash. You did once know someone who rigged a homemade bidet using parts from a samovar and a bicycle pump. He called it the People's Spray. It lasted 2 weeks before his wife banned it from the house. There was, in fact, a brief window in the 1980s when the Ministry of Light Industry considered importing a limited number of bidets from East Germany. A pilot program. Test them in government resorts. Showcase them as modern efficiency. But after a party official reportedly fell in and couldn't figure out how to drain it, the whole program was scrapped. No pun intended. The official internal memo declared bidets an unfit use of Soviet plumbing infrastructure and warned they encouraged unnecessary fascination with the lower body, which frankly is an incredible phrase to put in a government document. So the bidet faded out, not banned, just politely ignored, like disco or independent thought. In the end, the USSR doubled down on the idea that toilet paper was the only method, the correct method, even if there wasn't any to use. You laugh when you think about it. An entire country held together by ideological rigidity and recycled newsprint. But imagine it, a parallel history where bidets became the norm. Fewer lines, less hoarding, a quieter, more civilized existence, maybe even actual cleanliness. Your cousin in Poland says bidets were slightly more common there. The Poles, ever pragmatic, weren't as squeamish about foreign ideas. He once mailed you a photo of his bathroom, proudly showing off a shiny porcelain basin beside the toilet like it was a new car. He even named it Janusz. In contrast, your neighbor Yuri keeps a pail under his sink, which he proudly refills every morning with warm water for freshness. You don't ask how it works. You just respect the commitment. Some scholars have suggested that if bidets had been widely adopted, it would have changed the course of consumer economics in the USSR. No need for paper quotas, less strain on factories, fewer black market dealings. But of course, that's all theoretical, because the Soviet system didn't do personal convenience. It did production metrics. And what metric could possibly track the satisfaction of a well-rinsed bum? You once asked a mid-level engineer from the plumbing ministry why the USSR never designed a domestic bidet. His answer was so absurd, you had to write it down. Comrade, our nation goes to space. We cannot go backwards to water bowls. Water bowls. Still, there were whispers of soft revolutionaries, intellectuals, and foreign-educated Soviets who quietly installed bidet attachments, especially in elite circles, theaters, academic institutes, dachas. You heard about a retired physicist who made one from aircraft parts and dubbed it Sputnik 2. For most people, though, the idea never breached the walls of public discourse. You never saw a bidet in a Soviet catalog, never on television, never on display in the model homes they toured for propaganda reels. You might as well have asked the clerk at GUM to show you a time machine. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, bidets spread quietly, calmly, logically. Japan even added heated seats and music. France engineered dual spray versions. Italy practically made them law. And in the Soviet Union, you were still folding newspaper and boiling washcloths. There's a poetic sadness to it. A nation that built nuclear submarines and drilled the deepest hole on Earth, but couldn't accept a ceramic basin that made people cleaner. So today, when Ludmila shows off her new bidet, a gift from a distant cousin in Prague, you can't help but applaud. Not out loud, of course. That would be weird. But inwardly, you cheer for her courage, her defiance, her plumbing. You ask her how it works. She blushes, then shrugs. It's strange, she says, but I think I love it. You nod, quietly, deeply, emotionally. And as you walk back to your apartment, you think, maybe someday, bidets will no longer be scandalous. Maybe people will stop pretending that suffering is virtuous, that sandpaper is noble, that softness is weakness. Maybe the future really is a warm rinse and a fresh towel. And maybe, just maybe, that future should have started 50 years ago. You're in line at the post office, not for toilet paper this time, but for stamps, and the man in front of you leans back and whispers, "Heard the Politburo's got silk rolls now, printed with the party anthem." You snort. Not because it's funny, but because it might actually be true. By now, toilet paper isn't just a product. It's not even just a necessity. It's become political currency, both literally and symbolically. A soft little protest, a message, a punchline, a weapon of dissent, wrapped neatly on a cardboard core. Back in the early days, no one would have dared make jokes about the party and its preferences in the bathroom. But now, mid-1980s, Brezhnev gone, Gorbachev warming up his glasnost speeches. People are saying things they never would have whispered before. And a lot of those things involve toilet paper. You remember being at a small kitchen party last winter. Someone brought real vodka. The heating was decent. Everyone took turns venting. And then your friend Zhenya, red-faced and slightly tipsy, stood up and declared, "Comrades, we are the only country in the world where even wiping is political." He got a standing ovation. You've never seen anything quite like it. It's true, though. By the mid-80s, the simple act of acquiring or using soft toilet paper marked you out. It meant you had connections, or money, or access to a black market network. It meant you weren't entirely beholden to the failures of central planning. It meant you weren't just surviving, you were subverting. Historians still argue whether the politicization of toilet paper was deliberate or just a natural side effect of scarcity. Some say the party ignored it because it was too absurd to control. Others think they knew exactly what was happening and let it slide, assuming it would keep people occupied, distracted, and in a strange way, they were right. Toilet paper became a code word, a joke that said everything without saying anything. You'd hear people mutter, "Still out of paper," and know they weren't just talking about tissue. They were talking about the system, about the lies, about the emptiness behind the slogans. You once saw a flyer tacked to the bulletin board at your workplace. It read, "New shipment of ideological literature, limited print run, software perforated, 3-ply." It disappeared after one day, but everyone who saw it remembered. The dissident circles, especially the samizdat writers, loved playing with the metaphor. Toilet paper showed up in poems, in underground plays, even in hand-drawn cartoons slipped under apartment doors. There was one image of a man trying to hang a roll on a bust of Lenin. The caption read, "Even statues need softness." The implications were clear. Toilet paper wasn't just about wiping anymore. It was about exposure. The thinness of the paper mirrored the thinness of the promises. The fragility of the roll symbolized the fragility of the state's credibility. And every square was a chance to say, "This is what we think of your vision of paradise." One of the most notorious samizdat zines of the era was called 2-Ply Truth. It featured political satire, poetry, and, ironically, was printed on the same kind of stiff brown paper the state used for official bathroom supplies. You got your hands on an issue once. The back page featured a guide on how to spot a real roll in the wild, and it was disturbingly accurate. Of course, none of this was safe. You had to be careful. You never knew who might report you. There were always those people, the ones who believed the shortage was just a temporary problem, the ones who thought real socialism was still around the corner, just one more plan away. You remember one man, a co-worker, who caught someone making a joke about proletariat paper. The next day, the jokester's office was locked. No explanation. Just gone. You still wonder what he said that crossed the line. There were whispered stories about people using official party documents as toilet paper, not out of practicality, but as protest. One man reportedly wiped with a torn-up copy of the Principles of Marxist-Leninist Aesthetics. He was arrested. Not for sedition, officially, but for destruction of state material assets. Others were more symbolic. A professor wrapped a single roll in red ribbon and left it at the dean's desk. No note. Just the roll. A message everyone understood. Even toilet paper packaging became political. In the few cases where factories did produce labeled rolls, the designs were often absurd. You remember one roll branded People's Fiber, a name that made you laugh for days. Another featured a wheat motif and the phrase, "For the strength of our nation." As if this entire crisis could be solved with agricultural metaphors and fiber jokes. But the best one? The mythical October roll. It supposedly featured a portrait of Lenin, accidental, according to officials, printed faintly into the paper texture. You never saw one, but a friend swore he used it to wipe after reading state forecasts for meat production. The symmetry, he said, was too perfect to ignore. Then there was the infamous underground recording of a mock party speech. A voice imitating Brezhnev, slow and nasal, solemnly announced, "Comrades, let us now take a moment of silence for the last square of truth. May it rest in pipes, clogged by bureaucracy." It played once at a student party before the tape disappeared, but you still quote it sometimes, under your breath, when the water runs too slowly. The symbolic power of toilet paper extended even to foreign policy. You recall a Western newspaper describing Soviet shortages, including bathroom supplies, as a metaphor for the broader failure of communism. The state denied it, called it hygienic slander. You didn't know what that meant, but it sounded like they were mad because it was accurate. And let's not forget how the elites lived. You once visited a mid-level party official's apartment. Clean, warm, smell of citrus air freshener. You went to the bathroom and nearly fainted. 3 different brands of toilet paper, all imported. One was pink. One had flowers. One was scented. You came out pale. He asked if you were okay. You lied and said you were just cold. You never forgot that moment, because it proved what everyone already knew. The system wasn't broken. It was just exclusive. Some had everything. Most had nothing. And everyone was pretending it was the other way around. So yes, the toilet paper was political. Not because people made it so, but because the system did. Through scarcity, through hypocrisy, through an unwillingness to admit that something so simple had become so telling. And every time you folded a newspaper square, every time you waited in line for your 2 sad rolls, every time you laughed at a joke you couldn't tell out loud, you were part of it. Not the revolution, not the resistance, but the quiet chorus of discontent that papered the walls of Soviet bathrooms from Minsk to Vladivostok. 1 square at a time. You walk into a small utility room behind a warehouse in Tambov, lured by the whispered promise of something special. The man you're meeting is named Victor, and he wears overalls stained with ink and grease. On the table between you sits a box, taped at the edges, with a label that reads, "Toilet paper, type 56. You reach inside and gently lift a roll. It's light gray, papery in the most unhelpful way, with the vague aroma of basement mildew and stale glue. The texture reminds you of sandpaper and church bulletins. Victor grins. "It's made from war manuals," he says, as if that explains anything. And actually, it kind of does. You see, Type 56 is not just any toilet paper. It's the result of one of the Soviet Union's more creative workarounds. In the face of mounting shortages, an experimental paper plant somewhere in the Bryansk region, according to legend, developed a new method for producing hygienic tissue from pulped-down military surplus. Yes, that includes outdated manuals, training booklets, and, allegedly, interrogation guides. You run your fingers over the roll and imagine wiping with old tank maintenance diagrams. You probably have, at some point. Historians still argue whether Type 56 was an actual product category or just a joke that got too real. But what's certain is that, for a time, this brand of recycled war literature tissue became common across various institutions, factories, army barracks, hospitals, even a few schools. And it was unmistakable, a distinctive grayish hue. Occasional text fragments still visible. You remember seeing the word defense in block print once, right before folding it in half. The ingenuity was peak Soviet. Take the one thing the country had in excess, paperwork, and turn it into hygiene. You had bunkers filled with unused doctrine and procedure, memos from defunct ministries, blueprints for uniforms that were never sewn, Stack after stack of military documentation, too outdated to matter, too sensitive to burn. Why not wipe with it? You remember someone joking that the state had finally found a way to spread ideology one sheet at a time. Comrade, this is not just paper, it is guidance. There was a version of Type 56 that was slightly thicker and rumored to be made from obsolete spy reports. You once heard a guy in Murmansk claim he wiped with a CIA profile. He added, "The paper lied." I checked. Of course, this paper wasn't comfortable. It was rough, uneven. Sometimes it had a faint chemical smell, which you told yourself was just historical flavor. You often had to crumple it, then reflatten it, just to soften the edges before use. It made noises. Crunchy, accusatory noises. Like it disapproved of what you were about to do. But you used it, because it existed. That was the bar. There were rumors the KGB had a version of Type 56 reserved for internal use, classified toilet paper, if you will, made from pulped-up Western printouts. American pulp, they said, much softer, full of lies but easy on the skin. One guy claimed he once received a square with a faded Nixon quote on it. "Best wipe of my life," he said, with a straight face. In the factory world, Type 56 was considered a badge of honor. You knew a place was barely clinging to functionality if you found the rolls in the staff toilet. It meant someone had made a call, pulled a string, convinced the supply manager to send the military-grade backup paper. It was awful, but it was there. And unlike many standard Soviet consumer items, Type 56 was usually on time. You could count on it, mostly because no one else wanted it. You once attended a conference on logistics where a supply chief from Kirov flat out admitted, "We get 10 crates a month. Never short. Always terrible." Honestly, it's the most reliable thing in the system. There was even a joke that if you wanted to know which parts of the military had been disbanded recently, just check the bathroom stall walls. This week we're using naval codes. One roll famously contained visible fragments of Soviet Civil Defense Handbook, 1958 edition. The page discussed evacuation procedures during chemical attacks. The irony was not lost. The packaging for Type 56 was modest. A thin cardboard box stamped with a production code, often handwritten. Sometimes a clerk would scrawl, "For institutions only," which became an unofficial motto for bad paper and bad decisions. A niche collector community even began to form, quietly. You remember a librarian who claimed to have 20 different variants of Type 56, each identified by the ghostly traces of what it used to be. "Ah, yes," she'd say, lifting a roll like a vintage wine. "This one's from a strategic missile procedures binder, slightly thicker, excellent crumble texture." One night at a friend's place, you used a roll and noticed a partial sentence still legible. "In the event of an aerial incursion." And that was it. You had to pause mid-process because it felt like someone from history was trying to warn you. You later folded the square and tucked it into a notebook. It's still there, not for use, just as proof. The idea of reusing paper wasn't limited to military sources, of course. As shortages worsened, any surplus documentation was fair game. Expired train schedules, rejected patent filings, incorrect census forms, party speeches that never made it to print. There's something profoundly satisfying, cathartic even, about wiping with bureaucratic failure. Still, Type 56 became something of a joke, even among loyal party members. A black market seller once offered you a 3-roll pack of finished paper for a box of Type 56 and a bottle of vodka. You said no. Later, you regretted it, because the truth is, for all its absurdity, Type 56 kept things moving. It was bad, but it was consistent. And in the Soviet Union, that meant something. One winter, during a particularly brutal shortage, you saw someone digging through a recycling bin outside the municipal building. He pulled out a stack of Type 56 rolls and kissed one on the forehead like a long-lost child. You didn't laugh. You understood. Because sometimes having any paper is more comforting than having none. Even if it once told soldiers how to calibrate a mortar, even if it still smells faintly of formaldehyde and defeat, you place the roll back into Victor's box. He nods, offers you two for free. Not soft, he says, but historic. And you accept, because maybe, just maybe, history is best absorbed, one square at a time. You're sitting on the edge of your narrow couch, holding a plastic bag like it contains a live animal. Inside, tightly packed, still wrapped in gleaming cellophane, are two rolls of the softest toilet paper you've ever laid eyes on. Not Soviet, not sandpaper. These are pastel-colored, scented, and foreign. You touch the packaging with reverence. Made in Finland, it says, in a crisp, italic font that practically whispers, "You deserve better. You do. You really do." These rolls arrived through a friend of a cousin of a coworker, someone who took a business trip to Helsinki and smuggled back what he could under a coat that probably still smells like fish and defiance. They weren't cheap. But price doesn't matter when you're holding softness so profound it might be considered a religious experience. You tear a corner of the plastic and inhale. Light floral scent. A whisper of civilization. You've entered the black market elite, the class of Soviets who have touched the Western roll. Throughout the late Soviet period, these contraband luxuries became the quiet obsession of anyone tired of scraping themselves raw. Finnish brands were the most common, smuggled in under the radar through trade, tourism, and unofficial friendship society visits. If you lived near the Baltic border, you might even have had a chance to buy some yourself, assuming you had hard currency and an iron will. East German tissue was next best, slightly stiffer, slightly less glamorous, but still miles ahead of the crumbly state-issued rolls. Some even had printed patterns: little ducks, spring flowers, faint blue swirls. You stared at one once for 10 minutes. Mesmerized, it felt like gazing at stained glass in a cathedral. Historians still argue whether importing Western toilet paper into the USSR was strictly illegal or just quietly discouraged. It depended on the border agent. On the day. On your face. On your luck. Some border guards confiscated the rolls. Others simply looked the other way, perhaps imagining what it might be like to use a sheet that didn't leave you injured. But for regular citizens, getting your hands on a Western roll was like holding modernity itself. Proof that the world wasn't all gray tiles and scratched enamel. Proof that somewhere out there, softness was standard, not a miracle. You remember the first time you saw someone casually place a Western roll on a bathroom shelf, not even hiding it. It was at a party in Moscow. The host was a translator who worked with French engineers. He had 4 rolls displayed, like rare orchids, in a porcelain bowl. One guest brought him a bottle of cognac just to touch one. Another time, you saw an East German brand named Sanita Deluxe. It had a little golden seal on the wrapper, which said, "Comfort for the people," in 6 languages. The roll was perfectly symmetrical, smelled like baby powder, and unrolled like silk. You later found out the seal was purely decorative, but you didn't care. You still dream about it sometimes. You once visited a hotel for Western tourists in Leningrad. You weren't supposed to be there, but a cousin let you in through the service entrance. The toilet paper there was kept in rolls, on actual dispensers, perforated and everything. You borrowed a few squares. Not because you needed them, just to prove it was real. You still have one folded inside an old passport. It's yellowed now, but every time you open the book, the scent lingers faintly, like lemon soap and betrayal. The great irony. The government knew about this paper. Not only did they allow its existence, they used it. At party dachas, diplomatic offices, and certain hospitals in the elite medical network, Western toilet paper wasn't just tolerated, it was standard. You once overheard a retired official brag that his bathroom stocked Polish quilted rolls year-round. Meanwhile, you were tearing calendar pages in half and debating whether or not to fold them again. There's a tale about a shipment of Italian paper, allegedly bought for foreign diplomats, that was accidentally diverted to a workers' dormitory in Kursk. The residents wept. One woman kept her roll on a decorative plate and invited neighbors over to admire it. She later moved, some say voluntarily, others not so much. The symbolism of foreign toilet paper became impossible to ignore. You'd hear phrases like, "They don't wipe like we wipe." The West must be soft, because their paper is. They have no soul, only comfort. These weren't just complaints. They were philosophical statements, little mental gymnastics to justify why your life involved scraping yourself raw with reprinted propaganda while someone else was wiping with eucalyptus-scented tissue. But beneath the sarcasm, jealousy, burning, folded jealousy. You remember the time a visiting Bulgarian delegation brought sample boxes of hygiene products to your factory as part of a goodwill campaign. Half the display was soaps, shampoos, toothpaste. The other half, rolls. Colorful, soft, charmingly packaged rolls. No one talked about the shampoo. You and everyone else stared at the rolls. When the delegation left, the samples vanished. The next day, the plant manager was seen walking unusually tall. He had a bounce in his step that no Soviet official ever had. You knew, then and there, he'd taken one. Probably two. Years later, you visited a cousin who immigrated to Canada. The first time you used her bathroom, you emerged 20 minutes later in a daze. "What happened?" she asked. You blinked. "The toilet paper," you whispered. It was so soft, so easy. You didn't even think. You didn't have to fold or ration or crumple into submission. You just wiped, like a free man. She laughed, then hugged you, then gave you 3 rolls to take back in your suitcase. You never used them, not once. They sat on a shelf in your closet for 5 years, hidden behind winter boots and expired coupons. They were too perfect, too valuable. The idea of using them felt wrong. Like lighting a cigarette with a Fabergé egg. And that's what foreign toilet paper came to represent. Not just comfort, but possibility. A life not governed by quotas. A world where softness wasn't treasonous. Some people framed their wrappers. Others used the cardboard tubes as pen holders. One man even embroidered a roll cozy from salvaged curtain fabric, as if the roll needed a little winter jacket. You thought he was eccentric, until you did it too. You're sitting in a train compartment, second class, somewhere between Leningrad and Moscow. Across from you is a British tourist named Colin, wearing a windbreaker 2 sizes too big, and sipping tea from a cracked cup. He's grinning like a man on vacation, but not for long. You'd met him an hour ago, after a conductor mistakenly assigned you both to the same bunk. He'd asked if you could recommend a good place to find authentic Soviet experiences. You were about to mention borscht and standing in lines when he excused himself to use the restroom. He's been gone for 18 minutes. When he returns, Colin has the look of someone who's just escaped a minor war crime. He sits down slowly, legs shaking slightly. His hands tremble as he picks up the cup again. That, he says in his charming London accent, was the most confronting bathroom experience of my life. You nod, completely unfazed. There was paper? Not exactly, he mutters, eyes unfocused. There was a roll, but it looked like it was made from construction plans, possibly bark. You nod again. Standard. Colin, it turns out, had done his research. He knew about shortages. He'd read about queues, planned economies, long lines for shoes. But nothing had prepared him for the great Soviet toilet paper gauntlet. He'd entered the restroom armed with a camera, a curious spirit, and a square of optimism. He came out with questions, many questions. Historians still argue whether Western travelers in the USSR were shown the real country or an elaborate facade. But in the realm of bathroom experiences, one thing is certain. You couldn't fake softness. The Soviet Union tried to present its best face to visitors. Special stores for foreigners, model apartments, carefully curated tours. But bathrooms were harder to fake. And toilet paper, real soft, consistent toilet paper, was often missing from the set dressing. So when tourists came, they noticed. Westerners used to softness found themselves face to surface with Soviet reality. And their reactions were often equal parts horror and fascination. Many brought their own rolls, stuffed discreetly in suitcases or backpacks. Some were told by travel agencies, bring your own hygienic supplies. Do not rely on local provision. A few, less prepared, learned the hard way. Colin had not brought his own, but he did what many Westerners did when confronted with Soviet toilet paper. He traded. You watch him later that night as he opens a small kit, comb, razor, hotel soap, toothpaste. He packs a few items into a plastic bag and says, I heard if I offer this to the woman near the dining car, she might have some of the good stuff. You smile. He's learning. Indeed, the underground bartering system didn't discriminate. If you had Western goods, even small things like pens, shampoo, or branded chewing gum, you could usually get a square or two of real toilet paper in exchange. You once watched an Italian tourist trade a single pair of nylon stockings for an entire 4-pack of East German rolls. Colin, being British, was polite but persistent. He found the babushka near the dining car. He made his offer. And when he returned to your cabin, he was beaming. She gave me a full roll, he said, holding it up like a trophy. German, I think, with little ducks on it. You told him to ration it carefully. Over the next few days, Colin's journal became a kind of hygiene memoir. He cataloged each restroom he encountered, cleanliness rating, water pressure, and, of course, the quality of the paper. One entry read, Lavatory, Lenin Museum. Harsh, gray, brittle. May have been part of a philosophy textbook. Another, Restaurant near Arbat, no paper. Used napkin, texture, grainy. Regret level, medium. You started to realize that for foreign visitors, toilet paper had become a kind of litmus test, a window into the real Soviet Union. Food shortages were explainable. Propaganda was expected. But toilet paper? That hit people on a personal level. It was intimate, humbling. Tourists couldn't understand how a superpower could split the atom but not stock the stalls. Of course, you understood. You'd lived it. The system wasn't designed to serve. It was designed to sustain itself. And when something as basic as hygiene fell through the cracks, well, the cracks got bigger, more obvious, even to the outsiders. There's a famous anecdote you heard once. A group of West German tourists touring a model Soviet home were shown a pristine bathroom with gleaming tiles and 2 rolls of bright white toilet paper stacked neatly on a shelf. A journalist in the group tried to discreetly pocket one. When he touched it, it crumbled. Turns out it was a papier-mâché mock-up for display only. He wrote an article titled, "The Soviet Illusion, Even the Toilet Paper is Fake." That article was never mentioned in Pravda, of course. But Colin knew nothing was fake about what he had endured. And like many Westerners before him, he started to collect stories. He took a photo of his duck-patterned roll and mailed it home as a joke. He asked locals about their substitutes. He even wrote a postcard that read, "Wish you were here. Bring toilet paper." And despite the discomfort, the culture shock, the full-body shiver he experienced in the train lavatory, he stayed upbeat. "It's all part of the journey," he said, "part of the Soviet experience." You wondered if he really meant that, or if he was just trying to stay sane. By the time he left, Colin had acquired a second roll, Finnish, lemon-scented, through a swap with a Polish backpacker who wanted his Walkman batteries. He left you a square as a gift. You still keep it, pressed inside the pages of a dictionary between irony and irreparable. Because Westerners, for all their confusion, always left with stories. And you stayed with the daily grind, the folded newsprint, the hope of a shipment that never came. You watched their faces as they discovered the truth. Softness was rare here, and nothing, not even your most private routines, escaped the weight of ideology. You never told Colin what you used before he arrived. Some things you just let visitors figure out on their own. You're walking into a store that looks like something out of a glossy magazine. Well lit, clean, with wide aisles and neatly stacked shelves. On one wall is a glowing display of toilet paper, organized in perfect rows like a small museum exhibit. Pink rolls, green rolls, ones with embossed patterns, even a few marked deluxe. For a moment, you feel like you've wandered into Finland by mistake. But then you blink and remember, this isn't abroad. This is a Potemkin store. It's 1984, and the government is preparing for a visit from a delegation of Scandinavian trade officials. In honor of their arrival, this storefront has been modernized into what they call a demonstration outlet, a shining example of Soviet consumer success. The store even has a name that sounds suspiciously like a punchline, House of Everyday Needs. You pick up a roll from the display. It's suspiciously light. You squeeze it gently. It caves inward like a papier-mâché fruit. Not real. You flip it over. No. Core. Just the shell of a roll. Wound with perhaps one layer of soft paper and a whole lot of hope. You chuckle. Then you glance toward the shop assistant, a young man in a stiff white uniform who watches you with the nervous intensity of someone guarding a state secret. He steps forward with a clipboard. "That display is for visual inspiration only," he says. You raise an eyebrow. "So I can't buy it?" He shakes his head. "It's decorative." Decorative. Toilet paper is aspirational art. This wasn't a one-off. As shortages became chronic and foreign pressure mounted, the USSR began constructing model stores, Showrooms designed to showcase the bounty of socialism to visiting dignitaries, journalists, and anyone else whose approval they hoped to win. These were fake stores, not illegal, not hidden, just curated, carefully. Historians still debate whether these Potemkin displays were government-mandated propaganda or desperate improvisations by local managers. Either way, the message was clear. Look how well our people live. Even if behind the scenes, everyone knew the truth. You once met a woman who worked in one of these stores. She said the shelves were restocked every morning before inspections, often with empty boxes. A shipment of paper rolls would be arranged to fill out the display, then quietly returned to storage by the end of the day. Like a school play, she told you. But the audience claps before the actors even speak. In some cases, the rolls weren't even Soviet-made. They were smuggled in or borrowed from the diplomatic supply chain, just enough to make the place feel international. You heard of one shop in Kiev that borrowed 200 rolls from a Finnish liaison office, stacked them in glass cases for a single day, and then returned every last one, untouched. One visitor wrote in his travel diary, "Beautiful store, warm, bright, and well-stocked. Not a single person buying anything." Because, of course, locals weren't allowed to buy from model stores. The displays were for show only. Some were roped off. Others were guarded. And if you tried to purchase something, the clerk would direct you politely to the real store 3 blocks away. You went there once. It was dim, drafty, and stocked with exactly 2 broom handles, a jar of pickles, and an expired children's aspirin. Toilet paper? A faded sign reading, "Expected next month." So, yes, the Potemkin shelves were real, in the way a wax museum is real. They had shape, they had presence, but they weren't alive. You couldn't touch them. And they certainly weren't for you. Some of the rolls were even painted to mimic foreign packaging. One was labeled Soft Deluxe in pseudo-Swedish font. It smelled like floor polish. Another had a label printed on an old toothpaste box, glued around a roll made of stiff cardboard and layers of cotton batting. You saw a tourist once take a photo with a full display behind him, smiling like he just discovered utopia. You didn't say anything. Why ruin it? And yet, these displays worked, to an extent. Foreign visitors often left with reports of surprisingly well-stocked stores. Of course, if they ventured beyond the planned route, if they wandered into an actual working-class district, their optimism evaporated faster than your building's hot water. There was a Western journalist, American, you think, who famously went off-script during a state tour in Minsk. He ducked out of his hotel and walked 3 blocks to a neighborhood market. When he returned, he reported no toilet paper, no soap, and 1 sad jar of mustard. His article headline, "What's Behind the Curtain?" He was not invited back. Even locals began to treat the display stores like a joke. You'd walk past, press your nose to the glass, and mutter, "Look, comrades, the fantasy lives." Some kids dared each other to run in and grab a fake roll before being chased out. No one ever succeeded. At one point, a rumor circulated that a certain model store in Leningrad had accidentally sold a real foreign roll to a babushka who mistook it for a craft supply. When officials found out, they interrogated the entire staff. The assistant manager was demoted to mop duty. The woman, it turned out, used the roll to line her windowsill. And yes, sometimes you wondered, what if they just stocked the real stores? Used the same effort they put into pretending abundance to actually create it. But that wasn't the point. The displays weren't meant to solve problems. They were meant to cancel complaints, to offer an image people could point to and say, see, things aren't so bad. You once overheard a party loyalist remark, these shelves are proof of our triumph. A young worker beside her asked, then why can't we buy anything? The woman replied without irony, because victory is not something you take, it is something you admire. And so, you walked past these stores, often quietly bitter, because inside were things you couldn't touch, couldn't use, couldn't even hope for. But they stood there, bright, clean, silent, like exhibits in a museum of what could have been. The closest you ever got? One time, during a missed delivery, a few display rolls were accidentally sold at full price. You bought one. The clerk didn't check the code. It was pink, perfumed, and wrapped like a birthday present. You used exactly 2 squares before you froze. The rest? It sat on your shelf for 5 years, unopened, a souvenir, a relic, a lie made real, if only for a moment. You still have the wrapper. It reads, cleanliness is progress, but you know better. You're watching the evening news when the screen flickers, cuts to black, then returns with the face of a weary anchor announcing economic restructuring. Perestroika. It's 1989, and something's cracking. Not just in the leadership, but in the walls, the streets, the pipes, the entire system. And then, almost overnight, like some absurd dream, toilet paper begins to appear. At first, it's cautious, a few extra rolls on a shelf where there used to be only dust. Then, entire deliveries, stacked in their brown paper bulk, rolls spilling out like candy from a cracked piñata. Word spreads fast. Paper's back. People don't believe it at first, but it's true. You see it in small shops, state stores, kiosks. Not just sandpaper rolls either, but actual soft tissue. Plain white, 2-ply, no faded text about tractor repair. It doesn't smell like sawdust and regret. It smells like nothing, which is a miracle. You hesitate to touch it. You reach out slowly, as if it might vanish. You remember that time you chased a fake roll across a model store display and were scolded like a toddler. But this one is real. You buy 2. You walk home like you're transporting a liver transplant. No one says it aloud, but it's understood. The country is coming undone. Historians still debate the causality. Did the paper flood come as a result of policy liberalization? As a side effect of collapsing command structures? Or was it simply that the bureaucracy holding back basic goods had finally stopped pretending it could control supply? What's certain is this. As the system unravels, things start to flow. Toilet paper, once the holy grail of contraband, now arrives without ceremony. There's no ration stamp, no quota, no permission slip, just stock. Basic stock, like the West had all along. The irony doesn't escape you. The soft stuff didn't arrive with 5-year plans or triumphant announcements. It came with collapse, with silence, with rust peeling off the machine of state. You go to the market. A stall sells paper in bulk. 3-roll packs, some with floral prints. A child holds one like a balloon. A woman waves a full package over her head like a victory flag. You're happy, truly, but also deeply, uncomfortably aware of what this means. Because if you can suddenly get toilet paper with no rationing, no bribery, no queue, what else was fake? You remember when officials said shortages were a Western myth, when your cousin was reprimanded for questioning supply chains, when you rationed newspaper squares for guests to make sure they didn't use your emergency stash. And now, The same paper appears in the open, priced like a tin of mackerel, and no one stops you. There's something eerie in the ease. People begin hoarding, not because of scarcity, but because of fear. Fear that this is all temporary, that the shelves will empty again, that this softness is a dream. Your neighbor, previously aloof and indifferent, now has a closet stacked full, neatly aligned. He logs each pack in a notebook. You once saw him tap each roll twice before placing it into storage, like a ritual, a soft, papery prayer. You do it too. You fold the wrapper from your first Freedom roll and tape it to the inside of your kitchen cabinet, not to celebrate, but to remember. Meanwhile, on TV, Gorbachev speaks of openness. Factories are privatizing. State control thins like a sheet of the old toilet. Paper, easy to poke through, no matter how carefully you handle it. With the gates opening, imports flood in. Finnish brands, Turkish brands, rolls from Poland, Yugoslavia, even France, each with its own texture, scent, mythology. One day, you hold a bright green package labeled Soft Line Ultra. It boasts with aloe in Cyrillic and 3 other languages. You don't know what aloe is, but it sounds luxurious. You use it sparingly. You tell yourself it's medicinal. You overhear a woman at the kiosk telling another, I only use Bulgarian now. The Russian stuff still feels too old, as if the rolls themselves carry ghosts. People talk about toilet paper like they talk about music or wine. This one's too thin. This one rips if you breathe on it. Try the German kind. It's stiff, but dependable. An entire nation rediscovering comfort, one cautious wipe at a time. But while the goods improve, the economy does not. Prices climb, salaries stagnate, pensions disappear. The ruble dances a death waltz, and still, the paper keeps arriving. It's bizarre. You're poorer than you've ever been, and cleaner than you've ever felt. A surreal paradox. Personal dignity rising while public systems crumble. You go into a newly opened private store. It smells like citrus cleaner and faint capitalism. The shelves are full. Not just toilet paper, but shampoo, toothpaste, even imported deodorant. A young clerk, chewing gum and not bothering to smile, gestures to a full rack. 3-ply or 2-ply? She asks. You pause. No one's ever asked that before. You buy both. Not because you need them, because you can. There's a story in the newspaper, a real newspaper now, about a former factory worker who invested in a warehouse and now imports Polish paper by the ton. He claims he'll open a chain. Toilet paper for everyone, he says. His photo shows him holding a roll like a baby. He's not a joke. He's a businessman. In the new Russia, hygiene is an enterprise, and yet you hear the older generation muttering, back in our day, we made do. We were resourceful. A quiet pride, even now, in the suffering. As if softness is suspect. As if comfort must be earned through years of abrasion. You don't argue. You just nod. Then go home to your stash of lavender-scented tissue and feel zero shame. The transition isn't clean. Nothing is. Stores fluctuate. Brands come and go. Some disappear entirely, leaving behind only wrappers and memories. But the paper stays. Reliable now. A weird, beautiful constant in an uncertain time. You hang a small shelf above your toilet. On it, 4 rolls. White. Software waiting. No coupons. No cues. No lies. You sit. You reach for a sheet. It tears cleanly, like it's supposed to. And you smile. Because for the first time in your life, the paper works. You're on the internet. Yes, the internet. Now a regular part of daily life. And you're scrolling through a Russian meme page. It's 2025, and you're sipping coffee, wrapped in a warm blanket, staring at your phone when you stumble across a photo that makes you snort into your cup. It's a shelf in a modern Moscow grocery store, pristine, fully stocked with glistening, colorful packs of toilet paper. Beneath the photo, someone's grandmother has commented, "I still buy 3 extra packs, just in case." Hundreds of likes, dozens of replies. People post their own stashes, closets bursting with tissue, vacuum-sealed bundles under beds, towers of paper rolls balanced like sculptures. One user jokes, "The great roll hoarding of 90 still lives on in my DNA." And you get it. You understand. Because toilet paper trauma isn't just history, it's cultural memory now. Your grandmother once told you that she kept spare rolls in bread bags under the floorboards. She never bought just one pack, even when the stores were full, even when sales were happening, even when she was too old to carry them home without help. "Better to sit on paper than live without it," she'd say, not even joking. Historians now refer to this behavior as a scarcity imprint. It's common in post-crisis societies where people overcompensate for past deprivation by stockpiling the one thing they never want to be without again. In Russia, that thing is toilet paper. In America, it was Twinkies. In Germany, it was canned meat. In Russia, it's soft, perforated dignity. Even young people, born well after the fall of the USSR, joke about it. TikToks, skits, comedy bits. There's always one character with a plastic bag full of toilet paper, muttering about the good brands going first. One viral video has a grandmother slapping a kid's hand away from the imported rolls. That's for weddings. You laugh, but you also feel a little sting, because it's still there, inside you, that memory. Not just of scarcity, but of survival, of adapting, folding newspaper squares, making do, of never trusting the shelf to be full the next time. When the COVID pandemic hit in 2020, the world panicked. Americans cleared store shelves in a day. Australians fought over tissue in aisles. Headlines screamed, "Toilet paper shortage," like it was breaking news. But you had a full stash already. You were ready. And when your Western friends joked about running out, you smiled grimly and thought, "Oh, sweet summer children." You watched as the West discovered what you'd always known. When things fall apart, toilet paper becomes the first casualty and the first obsession. Your neighbor, a retiree named Olga, still has a handwritten inventory on her fridge. She rotates her stock by expiration date, keeps the fancy ones in a display drawer, tells anyone who visits, "If the shelves go empty again, come here. I'll take care of you." In newer apartments, bathroom shelves have gotten larger. In some cases, entire built-in toilet paper cabinets, a nod to the national memory. Not a joke, not kitsch, just practicality, like having an umbrella in your car or a spare battery in your remote. Toilet paper brands, too, have leaned into the nostalgia. One popular Russian brand now offers a heritage roll, packaged in faux newsprint with headlines from the Brezhnev era. A collector's item, a toilet time capsule, and memes, they're everywhere. A roll labeled Freedom with golden rays behind it. I survived the USSR, and all I got was this scratchy square. A cartoon babushka hoarding paper like it's gold bullion. A roll dressed as Lenin, stern, unyielding, lightly embossed. People joke, yes, but also they remember. You see it in subtle ways. How someone's face lights up when they find a good deal on six-packs. How cashiers nod approvingly when you buy in bulk. how no one ever throws away a half-used roll. That's sacred. That's your buffer against chaos. And yet, the youth today are disconnected from the reality. They know it as a meme, a historical joke, a cartoonish tale from another world. Few of them have ever touched newspaper in desperation. Fewer still know what it's like to wait in line with a ration coupon and hope for something softer than sand. You tell your niece, who's grown up with scented, cloud-soft, aloe-infused tissue, about the days of folding Isvestia. She laughs, gently, then asks, "What's Isvestia?" You sigh. She offers you a roll of ocean breeze as a peace offering. You accept. Sometimes, when you walk past the store's paper aisle, you stop just to look. Shelf after shelf, stacked with options. Lavender-scented, quilted, double-layered, even eco-friendly ones made of bamboo and clouds, or whatever else the marketers dream up. You don't always buy, but you look. You nod. You remember. You once saw a man in his 60s touch a pack of imported tissue and whisper, "We're living better than the czars." He wasn't wrong. And yet, you can't help but feel it. A strange nostalgia. Not for the discomfort, but for the camaraderie, the jokes, the shared absurdity, the way people helped each other, swapped squares, shared tips, and laughed in the face of grim bureaucracy. Now, when the roles are plentiful, the jokes are still around, but the unity feels fainter. Like a story you tell around a table after a few glasses to remind everyone how far you've come. You still keep a single emergency roll tucked in a drawer in your bedroom, just one, wrapped in plastic, labeled in your own handwriting, in case of future nonsense. No one needs to ask what it means. You're sitting alone tonight, lights dimmed, a fan murmuring quietly in the background. The room smells faintly of chamomile tea and old paper. And beside you, propped gently on the edge of the coffee table, is an object that once governed entire days of your life. A single, tightly rolled coarse brown sheet of Soviet-era toilet paper. You found it at the bottom of an old storage box, wrapped in newspaper, wedged between a photo album and a pack of expired cough drops. It's still intact, still stiff, still somehow intimidating. You hold it like a relic. And in a way, it is. Because now, at last, you see it clearly. Not just as an object, but as a symbol of 1,000 little moments, 1,000 daily compromises that quietly shaped who you are. All those mornings lining up outside shops, all the hushed conversations, the whispered tips, the soft-spoken sarcasm, all of it rolled up in one brittle cylinder. This is the final stage of the journey, reframing memory. Not just recounting the absurdity, but recognizing the resilience. Not just mocking the system that failed you, but appreciating the ways you made your own quiet victories anyway. You remember the kids who turned cardboard tubes into toy binoculars, the grandmothers who saved every square like it was currency, the factory workers who made something functional out of a broken chain of policy and neglect. The jokes, oh, the jokes, that made the waiting bearable. Historians still debate whether toilet paper was ever truly a priority in the Soviet economic system. Some argue it was a mere casualty of centralized mismanagement. Others claim it was a deliberate, if unspoken, test of ideological loyalty. Suffer through discomfort. Prove your commitment. Cleanliness might be next to godliness, but suffering was next to patriotism. And yet, here you are. You survived it. Maybe not gracefully, maybe not entirely clean, but you adapted. You shared. You laughed. Now, with endless softness just a few steps away, every roll perfumed, perforated, and perfectly rolled, it's tempting to forget how it used to be, but you won't. because that brown roll on your table, that's your museum. Not of suffering, but of endurance, of humor, of community, of finding absurd paper-thin joy in the face of daily ridiculousness. The world has changed. You can buy online now, by the case. You can choose your texture, scent, sustainability level. You can get it delivered in hours. And yet, deep inside, some small part of you still folds each sheet, still turns it over twice before using, still checks the shelf, not because you need to, but because there was once a time you couldn't. You think about the friends who are gone now, those who shared jokes and long lines, who snuck you a square when you had none, who toasted to survival with mugs of instant chicory and called it champagne. They would have laughed to see you now, sitting with a cup of tea and scrolling through 10,000 types of toilet paper online. They would have teased you, then asked you to send them a pack, and you would have done it. Of course you would. Because the memory of shortage doesn't make you bitter, it makes you generous. You learned that when softness was rare, kindness had to be softer still. That you could share a sheet, a joke, a gesture, and that was its own kind of wealth. Now, you gently place the old roll back in the drawer, not out of sight, just off to the side, like a tiny statue of who you once were, watching over who you've become. Outside, the streets are quiet. A bus rumbles by. Somewhere, a faucet drips. The fan hums. You sip your tea, stretch your legs, and feel the weight of it all. Not heavy, but comforting, like a thick blanket of strange, shared memory. You survived the Soviet toilet paper shortage, and somehow you made it soft. Why you didn't want to get injured in the USSR. We step into a world where comfort was an illusion, where standing in line for 6 hours felt normal, and where one small, humble object could unravel an entire empire's absurdity: toilet paper. You walk through the dimly lit aisles of a Soviet grocery store in 1978. It smells faintly of pickled cabbage and industrial floor polish. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead like they've given up hope. You scan the shelves: salt, canned fish, maybe some shoe polish, and your heart sinks. No toilet paper, not even the usual gray, sandpapery kind. Just a gaping space where it might have been if you'd come last week. You think it's a joke. It isn't. See, you've entered a world where getting toilet paper required the skill of a hunter, the patience of a monk, and occasionally the luck of someone who knew someone. You'll find yourself considering newspaper, inky, crinkly, rough, and wondering if the word dignity is just a Western fantasy. You probably won't survive this. You trudge forward, clutching a net shopping bag, hoping for a miracle. There's a rumor going around that toilet paper arrived in bulk at a shop 3 metro stops away. By the time you get there, the queue wraps around the building like a python digesting something emotional. You get in line anyway. People here don't even ask what's being sold. The assumption is that if there's a line, it must be something rare. Butter, sausage, tights, or maybe, just maybe, the gray grail: toilet paper. You shuffle forward slowly, trying to look casual while eyeing others' bags like a jealous raccoon. Historians still argue whether the toilet paper shortage was caused more by inefficient supply chains or by state ideology that viewed comfort as bourgeois indulgence. Either way, you stand there wondering how an entire superpower lost to a basic hygiene product. You finally reach the counter. The woman behind it looks exhausted, like she's aged 3 years since the morning. She sees your hopeful expression, gives a little shrug, and slides one small, tightly wound roll across the counter. It's rough. It's oddly damp. It smells faintly of glue. You accept it with reverence, like it's a relic from a lost civilization. This moment is not unique. This is daily life across the USSR for decades. Let's rewind a bit. You're born in a country where the idea of personal comfort clashes with the ideology of collective sacrifice. Consumer goods, luxury, soap, sometimes. Toilet paper? Huh. The factories produce it, sure, but good luck getting it. Imagine a government-run grocery system where supply doesn't meet demand, and demand isn't even accurately measured. There's no private ownership, no market signals, no customer feedback loop. You're expected to be grateful for what you're given. Complaining is not encouraged. Jokes about shortages are whispered because they could be considered anti-Soviet sentiment. One man in Leningrad got investigated just for drawing a cartoon about using newspaper in the bathroom. And yet, this odd gray roll becomes a recurring character in your life. You stash it away in drawers. You cut it into smaller squares if guests are coming. You lend it to neighbors like it's a library book. You hide it from in-laws. There's a deeper truth here too, one not printed in any official handbook. The Soviet economy was always more concerned with appearing functional than actually working. Just like those painted fruit in display windows. Yes, that was a thing. Or the paper sausages hung on hooks to maintain the illusion of stock. The promise of basic necessities became more important than their reality. One quirky tidbit that most people outside the USSR never hear about. In some places, employees would sneak into government buildings not to steal secrets or escape surveillance, but to raid the public restrooms for a few precious squares. State office bathrooms were among the few places where paper might, just might, appear. You leave the shop that day with one roll. It goes into your coat like contraband. You avoid eye contact with strangers. You're now part of the strange black comedy that was Soviet daily life. And the worst part? You'll have to do it all again in a week. Or maybe two. Depends if you ration carefully. Depends if you host guests. Depends if your uncle in Riga can mail you a backup roll wrapped in brown paper and gilt. By the way, rationing isn't just an idea. It's a physical act. People counted squares. Some used a special tin box to store the roll like a sacred object. Children were taught to use only what was absolutely necessary. In emergencies, you turned to backup options. Pages torn from old school books. Dry leaves if it's summer. That one cursed roll of crepe paper from New Year's past. There's something strangely bonding about it. You share complaints in hushed voices. You trade stories about sightings and near misses. And every now and then, you get lucky and find a cache. 5 rolls, 10. You throw a dinner party, not to celebrate wealth, but to share the treasure with those who've endured the same absurdity. And through it all, the state insists everything is fine. That you are living in the most advanced, worker-friendly society in the world. Meanwhile, you're deciding whether to use today's newspaper before or after reading it. You wake up early the next day, earlier than you'd like, because if you want any chance at getting something useful, like toilet paper, or sugar, or even shoes, you have to start queuing before the stores open. You dress fast. Heavy wool pants, itchy sweater, thick socks. Not for fashion, those are luxury ideas, but for function. It's cold, your boots are stiff, and as you step outside, the fog clings to the sidewalk like an old habit. The city's still quiet, but the cues are already alive. You can tell which stores might have something just by looking at the line size. If it wraps the block, you might hit the jackpot. Maybe even real toilet paper. The system, if you can even call it that, never tells you what's arriving or when. There are no ads, no flyers, no inventory apps. Word of mouth is everything. You see the same people each week. The old woman with the cane and terrifying elbows. The factory worker who always hums war songs. And that one guy who somehow always gets in front of you, no matter where you stand. The Soviet supply chain doesn't just make toilet paper rare, it turns shopping into survival. The Communist Party believed it could plan every part of life. They imagined a system where production and distribution would be orchestrated like a symphony. Each factory would know what to make, each truck where to drive, and each store what to stock, all managed from central offices in Moscow, thousands of miles away. And yet somehow, the music always sounded off-key. You might wonder, why didn't they just make more toilet paper? And that's the core problem. Central planners weren't just bad at guessing how much people needed. They weren't even really trying to guess. They focused on big things: steel, wheat, oil, tanks, stuff they could measure in tons and parade in front of the world. Toilet paper? It wasn't heroic. Here's the real kicker. The USSR actually had factories designated to produce toilet paper. Some even churned out decent amounts. But those factories faced bottlenecks at every stage. No pulp, broken machines. A rail car full of packaging stuck in Siberia because someone forgot to sign Form 47B. You know, the important stuff. Historians still debate whether this level of dysfunction was incompetence or ideology. Maybe both. It wasn't that no one cared. It's that caring didn't matter. There was no reward for doing your job better. No bonus for solving a problem. No consequence for letting a train of toilet paper rolls sit in a depot for a month because you didn't feel like calling the dispatcher. The system encouraged passivity. Do what's assigned, nothing more. Factories often met quotas by cheating the numbers. If the plan demanded 100 tons of paper products, a factory might make 100 tons of super thick cardboard and call it a day. Technically, that was paper, right? Never mind that it couldn't wipe anything but your soul. You finally reach the store entrance. The clerk inside announces with all the passion of a dead moth, "Toilet paper has run out." Collective sigh. Some people curse under their breath. Others shrug. You just stare for a moment, trying not to take it personally. A woman next to you jokes, "At least we don't need to worry about getting too comfortable." You both laugh. But it's a tired laugh. You remember reading once that in capitalist countries, demand shapes supply. In the USSR, it was more like supply shapes demand, except supply was usually drunk, late, and missing half its shoes. One quirky example that always sticks with you. A Leningrad paper plant once made rolls that were a full meter in diameter, industrial-grade behemoths meant for printing presses. Somehow, a shipment ended up in a grocery store. People lined up anyway. The rolls were too wide to fit in a bathroom, too rough to use safely, and required a hacksaw to cut. But still, better than nothing. Logistics were a perpetual nightmare. In a country spanning 11 time zones, a delay in one province could affect 10 others. Trucks broke down. Trains got rerouted to prioritize coal or military supplies. Regional managers hoarded deliveries for their own party circles. By the time the toilet paper got to your town, if it ever did, it was usually months late and molded. There were attempts to improve things. The State Planning Committee, or Gosplan, would occasionally review supply targets, but reviewing a number on a chart doesn't make more pulp magically appear. And even if it did, no one had the incentive to follow through. After all, what's a little chronic national constipation compared to the glorious future of communism? And then there were the infamous planned shortages. It sounds insane, but yes, sometimes shortages were engineered. The idea was to create artificial scarcity, driving down consumption and controlling citizen behavior. A roll of toilet paper, by that logic, wasn't just hygiene, it was power. You start heading home, empty-handed. The snow crunches beneath your boots. A man selling old books on the corner winks at you and mutters, "Best paper in the city." You know he's not talking about literature. You glance down, yellowed pages. Thin but not too thin. It's come to that again. And through it all, the state media keeps talking about plenty. TV programs show store shelves neatly stacked, though you notice they never let the camera pan left or right. You remember the joke. Our shelves are like ballet dancers, thin, elegant, and always out of reach. Still, you hold on to the fantasy that tomorrow might be better. Maybe a new shipment will arrive. Maybe the rumors are true about that kiosk by the trolley station. Maybe you'll finally bribe that janitor your cousin mentioned, the one with access to government restroom stockpiles. Because in this world, survival isn't about money. It's about knowing the rhythm of dysfunction and dancing to it without falling over. You're back in your tiny apartment, flicking on the radio for background noise while you contemplate the last roll of toilet paper you have stashed in your pantry. It's coarse, it's gray, it has all the softness of a cat's tongue. Still, you run your fingers over the layers like it's velvet. You think about using it. You don't. Not yet. It's for emergencies, like when your aunt from Minsk visits and insists on real hygiene. You settle onto the creaky kitchen chair and remember a strange truth. This isn't even the worst version of Soviet toilet paper. You've heard stories from older neighbors, people who remember when there wasn't even this rough, sad excuse for a roll. When you were lucky, if you had anything at all. You go back in time, mentally, to the early days of the USSR. Back then, toilet paper wasn't standard. It wasn't even a concept for most people. Rural villages, outhouses if you were lucky, forests if you weren't. Indoor plumbing was rare, and the bathroom as we know it, a small private room with porcelain and plumbing, was still an urban luxury. The first Soviet-made toilet paper didn't appear until the 1960s. Yes, 1960s. That's the same decade the Americans were sending people into space. While astronauts floated above Earth, wiping with space-age materials, your historical counterpart, was just being introduced to the wonders of state-manufactured bum paper. The first roll came out of a factory in Leningrad in 1969. It was coarse, uneven, and often glued shut at the first few layers. But it was a start. It was official. Before then, people relied on newspaper, book pages, or old correspondence. Yes, some love letters ended in the least romantic way imaginable. Historians still argue whether the late introduction of toilet paper was due to genuine resource scarcity or ideological neglect. After all, if the state doesn't value the individual, why prioritize individual hygiene? There was an awkward push in the 70s to normalize toilet paper use. Pamphlets circulated showing people how to unroll it correctly. Yes, seriously. Pull gently. one guide advised. Do not tug. You may damage the product. As if the product wasn't already emotionally damaging on its own. One fringe tidbit few people remember is that in the early days, factory workers were given samples to test at home. Can you imagine? You come home after a long shift at the textile plant, and your husband hands you a test roll. See how it feels, he says. You sigh, knowing full well that this will not go well. Many test rolls disintegrated on contact. Others were so tough, they doubled as sandpaper. One worker reportedly used his test roll to scrub rust off his bike. Successfully. The Leningrad paper factory, Bumaznik, became the accidental hero of this odd moment in hygiene history. Its employees often worked with outdated equipment, inherited from pre-war Germany or the US under Lend-Lease, repurposed to squeeze out rolls one by one. Output was limited, demand massive, and the quality, well, let's say it built character. You walk into your bathroom and glance at the empty spindle. The last time you saw a full roll there, Brezhnev still had functioning eyebrows. You sit on the toilet and stare at the wallpaper instead. A cracked floral pattern that might be older than you. In fact, rumor has it some people used wallpaper in emergencies, especially if it was the thin kind. Not ideal, but neither was anything else. You think about your grandmother, who told you stories of using corn husks. At least they were natural, she once said, trying to sound nostalgic, but her face betrayed a level of trauma that never truly faded. Corn husks, tree bark, smooth stones, anything that could do the job without giving you splinters. Urbanites fared a little better, if only because of proximity. If you lived near a state office or a big hotel or an airport, you might sneak into a restroom and use the real stuff. Not because it was designed for citizens, but because foreign guests might visit. That's right. Toilet paper existed, but it was mostly for show, to convince outsiders that everything was fine. You might stumble on a roll labeled Gostinitsa, an hotel, or Aeroflot. These were like holy relics, softish, pale-colored, sometimes even embossed. If you ever got one of those, you didn't use it right away. You kept it. You showed it to friends. Look, you'd say, holding it up like a wine connoisseur. This one's from a flight to Prague. The absurdity of it doesn't hit you until later, when you realize that in a country that sent rockets to Venus, you still had to steal toilet paper from an airport to feel civilized. There were other forms of toilet paper, technically speaking. Some came in sheets instead of rolls. You'd get a pack of 50 gray, cut-up rectangles, stacked like stale pastries. These were even rougher, usually made from reclaimed pulp. The edges were uneven, the texture gritty. You had to pre-crinkle them by hand, or risk injury. A popular myth held that one batch of these sheets was made from old KGB files. It probably wasn't true, but people wanted it to be. It gave a small sense of justice to an otherwise abrasive experience. So here you are now, staring at your sad little emergency roll, thinking about the journey it represents, from nothing to something, from corn husks to newspaper to gray, scratchy ribbon of mild humiliation. And you know what? You're still kind of proud, because owning a roll of Soviet toilet paper isn't just a household victory, it's a social statement. It says, I endured. You sit at your table sipping weak tea, half herbs, half resignation, thinking about how the state planned everything with such fervor, except the things you actually needed. You look around your modest apartment, a shelf full of Soviet classics, a radio stuck on one frequency, a calendar that lies to you daily. It's 1976, and somehow toilet paper is still a luxury, not a right. That's when it hits you. This wasn't just forgetfulness. It wasn't a clerical error. This was design neglect, the kind that came bundled with every 5-year plan like a roach in a bread box. The 5-year plans were the Soviet Union's heartbeat. They were ambitious, industrial, and comically detached from lived reality. Stalin launched the first one in 1928, and after that, the economy marched to the beat of production quotas. How many tractors? How many tons of steel? How many hectares of wheat? But notice, how many rolls of toilet paper was never a question on those heroic spreadsheets. Why? Because consumer goods were a side dish, not the main course. You lived in a state where the future was always brighter than the present. Just wait 5 years, and then another 5. Meanwhile, your bathroom situation remains somewhere between medieval and mildly comedic. Historians still debate whether consumer neglect was intentional or just a systemic blind spot. Did the planners choose not to prioritize toilet paper? Or were they too obsessed with meeting global power metrics like iron output and missile range to notice the mounting public discomfort? You'd think someone, somewhere, might have raised a hand and said, "Comrades, perhaps our citizens would enjoy wiping without injury." But suggesting improvements to consumer life often came off as selfish. Wanting comfort? Suspicious. Complaining about shortages? Counter-revolutionary. Having too much interest in hygiene? Weirdly bourgeois. So instead, you got posters of smiling workers hoisting wheat stalks, while at home, you're using last month's grocery receipts to finish your business. And it wasn't just toilet paper. The entire spectrum of domestic convenience was dismissed as secondary. Toothpaste, sporadic. Light bulbs, unpredictable. Feminine hygiene products, basically a legend. But toilet paper was symbolic. It wasn't just about sanitation. It was about dignity. And that made its absence all the more absurd. The planners weren't evil masterminds twirling mustaches. They were desk-bound idealists buried in paperwork. Their job was to meet targets, not realities. If the plan said 80,000 tons of paper products were needed, they found a way to report 80,000 tons, even if that meant producing unusable sludge, calling it compressed cellulose, and shipping it to a warehouse in Novosibirsk, where no one would see it again. You remember one quirky tale from your cousin who worked in a textile ministry. A factory in Smolensk accidentally received a shipment of paper meant for school notebooks. They didn't want to mess with their quotas, so they turned it into giant tissue rolls and sent them to a shoe factory for cleaning, they said. The shoe factory had no use for it, so they sold it quietly at the back door to desperate locals. Black market butt care, all thanks to a bureaucratic misprint. Some officials tried to modernize the system. In the late 70s, one party figure, his name now lost to time, proposed a dedicated consumer comfort division to address chronic shortages of items like soap, tampons, and toilet paper. The idea died before it was even translated for Politburo review. Comfort? That's capitalism talking, comrade. Even in official art, consumer goods were a joke. There was that infamous painting from 1973 titled "Abundance of the Soviet Household," showing a happy mother and child surrounded by rolling hills of goods, none of which existed in stores. A sharp-eyed viewer noticed that in the background, a stack of toilet paper rolls gleamed like halos. It became a running joke in Leningrad. Art is the only place you'll ever see 3-ply, people said. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. You'd go to a public restroom and find a chain hanging from the ceiling, meant to hold a communal roll, long gone. Sometimes it was replaced by a stack of notebook pages, pre-cut and stapled together like sad origami. If you were lucky, you'd find an old military map, bleached and softened over time. "Don't worry," someone once quipped. "We've wiped out fascism, and now we're wiping with the aftermath." And yet, despite all this dysfunction, no one expected the system to change. You adapted. Everyone did. Wanting more, expecting better, was like demanding summer during a Siberian winter. Technically possible, but never realistic. There was an unspoken ritual to it. When toilet paper did appear, you didn't just buy one roll. You bought 5 or 10. If the store had a limit, you sent your child, then your neighbor, then pretended to be someone else in line. You carried it home like a newborn, wrapped in a scarf. You didn't leave it in the bathroom where someone might steal it. You hid it. Under your bed, behind the pickle jars. Some people had decoy rolls just in case guests got nosy. And here's a fringe detail. Some households actually ironed their toilet paper. That's right. The state-issued stuff was so rough that people used clothing irons to soften the layers. It didn't work well, but it was better than nothing. Pre-warming, they called it, like it was a fine pastry. You light a cigarette, because of course, cigarettes were never in short supply, and gaze out the window at the snow-patched courtyard. Kids are playing. A woman hangs laundry on a frozen wire. Life continues in this strange balancing act of hope, exhaustion, and ingenuity. Tomorrow might bring a new shipment. Or not. Either way, you'll check the queues. You'll ask around. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find another roll. If not, there's always Chapter 3 of your Soviet history textbook. The margins are soft enough. You're leaning against the wall of a kiosk, trying to warm your hands with the breath of your own disappointment. The word on the street was clear. They've got toilet paper. But the moment you get there, you find a line stretching around the corner and nothing but an apologetic shrug from the clerk. Sold out again. You're starting to think the real shortage isn't paper, it's hope. As you sulk back toward the metro, a thought sneaks up on you. If the USSR was so good at making posters, slogans, and marching bands, why couldn't it stock a simple household item? The answer, of course, is propaganda. Or, more precisely, the myth of abundance. You pass a bus stop plastered with one of those brightly colored posters. A smiling family stands in a sunlit kitchen, holding a roll of pristine white toilet paper like it's a trophy. The tagline reads, "Comfort in every home, the fruits of socialist labor." You actually laugh out loud. In real life, comfort's about as common as imported oranges in January. Still, you can't help but admire the art department. They sure knew how to illustrate a lie. The myth of abundance was a crucial pillar of Soviet ideology. The party promised that communism would bring about a society of plenty, where every citizen would have what they needed, and then some. But when reality looked more like gray lines and empty shelves, they didn't change the system. They changed the story. Historians still argue whether these grand displays were mainly for citizens or for the outside world. Was the constant drumbeat of smiling workers and overflowing bread baskets meant to convince the West, or to sedate the domestic population? Either way, the contradiction was stark. Every Soviet citizen lived in a split-screen world. On one side, heroic abundance. On the other, a daily scavenger hunt for soap, sausage, or soft paper. You remember one of your school textbooks? It had a diagram comparing American wastefulness with Soviet efficiency. It showed an average American bathroom overflowing with brand name products, all frivolous and selfish. Meanwhile, the Soviet bathroom was tidy, minimal, and if you looked closely, missing half the things you'd consider essential. You once asked your teacher why the American bathroom had so much toilet paper. Her answer? Because they value comfort over comradeship. And that was the heart of it. The myth wasn't just about having enough. It was about wanting less. You were supposed to take pride in scarcity. Long lines? A sign of strong demand. Empty shelves? Proof that people had already gotten what they needed. And if you didn't feel grateful, maybe you needed a re-education trip to a tractor factory. There's a fringe story whispered among old-timers that during a foreign trade exhibition in Moscow, officials hurriedly stocked a model apartment with luxury goods, soft TP included, to impress visiting diplomats. The rolls were reportedly rented from an actual hotel. When the event ended, workers came in and packed everything back up, including the toilet paper, which was locked in a cabinet until the next propaganda opportunity. Back in your apartment building, there's a bulletin board on the wall by the stairwell. Someone's posted a hand-drawn cartoon, a man walking proudly down the street, toilet roll tucked under one arm like a rifle. The caption reads, "Comrade, your weapon against imperialism." It's clearly a joke, but not too clearly. You have to keep the humor subtle. Nobody wants a visit from the local party rep over a bathroom gag. Still, people found ways to laugh. Dark jokes became a coping mechanism. What did Soviet citizens use before toilet paper? Nothing. That was the golden age. Or the ever-popular, they pretend to pay us, we pretend to work, and we all pretend this is enough. And in a way, you did pretend? Everyone did. You played along because the alternative, facing the absurdity head-on, was too exhausting. You stood in lines, read the slogans, and told yourself that this was how progress looked. Gray, crumpled, and slightly abrasive. But deep down, you knew the difference between myth and reality. You could feel it every time you had to fold a newspaper into quarters and whisper an apology to your dignity. The gap between what was promised and what was delivered wasn't just frustrating, it was demoralizing. You could take hunger, you could take cold, but taking it all while being told you were living in paradise, that grated more than any scratchy roll ever could. One day, your friend Boris, who works at the local cinema, invites you to the back room. "We got a shipment," he says, glancing around like he's selling state secrets. He opens a cabinet and, like a magician, reveals a stack of tightly packed toilet rolls. They're not soft, not even close, but they're real. And they're here. "Take two," he says, "but keep it quiet." You walk home in a daze, both rolls tucked into your coat like illicit vodka. And for a moment, you feel like the posters are true. Not because they were right, but because you beat the system, if only for a day. Later that night, as you place one roll on the bathroom shelf, like it's the crown jewels, you glance at the calendar again. Still lying. Still promising next year will be better. You don't believe it. Not really. But tomorrow, you'll stand in line again. You'll ask around. You'll keep hoping. Because in the USSR, reality didn't matter nearly as much as the image. And if you couldn't make your life more comfortable, you could at least make it look that way. For the neighbors, for the system, and maybe even for yourself. You're standing in another line. Of course you are. That's your second job now. professional cure. If someone asked what you did for a living, you'd be tempted to say, waiting. You shift your weight from one leg to the other, fingers numb, shoulders tense. It's mid-afternoon, but the sun already feels like it's quitting. You've been in line for almost 2 hours, and no one really knows what's being sold. There's an unspoken rule in the Soviet Union. If there's a line, you join it. Line culture, or as you might think of it now, hope with a side of frozen toes, has become its own way of life. Toilet paper? Maybe. Could be cabbage. Could be galoshes. It doesn't matter. It's something. And if it's something, you want in. You start to recognize familiar faces. The babushka in the navy shawl who always tries to cut. The kid with the big ears who sells his place in line for cigarettes. The man who never talks, but brings a stool and a newspaper. These people are your accidental community. You never planned to know them, but shared waiting makes odd companions. Historians still argue whether this line culture emerged purely from necessity or was subtly encouraged by the state. After all, people who are busy standing in line aren't protesting, right? They're cold, tired, and focused on survival. Revolutionaries don't usually carry shopping bags. It starts to snow again. A soft dusting. The kind that makes everything feel like a quiet joke. You look ahead. Someone up front shouts something unintelligible, and the line inches forward. This is the Soviet rhythm. Stand, shift, sigh, step, repeat. People talk in line, but only about certain things. Weather, children, food. Never politics, never the party, and certainly not about why you're all here waiting for a maybe. One man mutters, "I heard it's toilet paper today." Another woman scoffs, "Heard that last week too." It was shoelaces. You remember one fringe trick a woman in your building swore by. Bring a pram. Yes, a baby stroller, ideally with a doll inside and a blanket over the top. Why? Because shopkeepers were more likely to let you buy 2 of something if you said it was for the baby. Babies don't use toilet paper. But logic is flexible when dignity's on the line. You finally reach the shop. It's a dim little space. Walls lined with mostly empty shelves. The air smells like damp plywood and pickle brine. Behind the counter, the clerk lifts a hand, not in greeting, but in announcement. No toilet paper today. You watch the wave of disappointment ripple backward through the queue like a broken promise echoing down a hallway. A few people groan. One woman just stands there, blinking slowly. You don't move right away. Somehow, it feels like leaving would make it official. Still, you shuffle out, head lowered, and blend into the slow-moving stream of defeated shoppers. A kid nearby kicks a chunk of ice across the pavement like it's a football. His dad says, "Careful. We might need that later." You head toward the metro. It's warm there, at least relatively. On the train, the seats are hard and cracked, the windows fogged with breath. Someone reads Pravda loudly, as if narrating national fiction. You half listen. Somewhere between record grain output and progress in industrial automation, you tune out. Those phrases don't mean anything. Not here. Not when your bathroom shelf is as bare as your fridge. Line culture teaches you strange lessons, like how to hold your bladder for 6 hours, or how to hide your disgust when someone skips ahead, or how to calculate in real time whether it's worth missing work for the chance at a roll of single ply. People developed whole systems. Some kept a notebook of where and when they saw certain goods. Others had a friend in the supply office. If you were lucky enough to know a Protovets, a shop clerk, you might get a quiet tip. Check the kiosk near the bus depot tomorrow. Early. And let's not forget the queue tokens. In big lines, someone might pass out torn pieces of paper with numbers scribbled on them. You get your number and your place. Then you could leave for a coffee, knowing your spot was safe. In theory. In practice, someone's cousin always showed up and became number 16B. There was an art to waiting, literally. One fringe story you heard was about an artist in Kiev who painted portraits of people in line. He called it Chronicles of the Queue. Everyone posed, stiffly, holding their bags like sacred offerings. He said it was a study in Soviet still life. You remember the jokes, too. They always start with, "A man waits in line," and end with someone getting arrested, losing his wife, or realizing he's been queuing for coffins. They're funny, until they're not. A famous one goes, "Why are you in line?" "I don't know, but the end of the line is in a better district." Tonight, you reach home with nothing. Again. But you don't feel quite as bitter as usual. The woman behind you in line shared a hard candy. The old man in front told a story about seeing real toilet paper in East Germany, like touching a cloud, he said. You all laughed, not because it was funny, but because what else could you do? Line culture becomes its own kind of therapy. It teaches patience, yes, but also quiet rebellion. Each person waiting is a tiny act of resistance. I will endure this. I will keep showing up. I will outlast the idiocy. You sit down at your kitchen table, unlace your boots, and rub your aching feet. You reach for the drawer where you stash emergency sheets, old school notebooks, trimmed down and stacked neatly. One even has math homework still on it. Division problems on one side, division of dignity on the other. You look at the paper, sigh, and smile just a little. You've made it through another day. You waited. You didn't win. But you didn't disappear either. Tomorrow, someone will whisper a new rumor. Another line will form. You'll probably be in it. And somehow, in this never-ending dance of scarcity and survival, life will keep moving forward. You wake up to the smell of burnt kasha and an unexpected knock on the door. It's your neighbor, Tatiana, broom in one hand, conspiracy in the other. Psst, she whispers like she's offering state secrets. The party got a shipment. Government toilet paper, real stuff. But only for the nomenclatura. Ah, yes. Who gets what? And why? You let her in, mostly because it's minus 10 degrees Celsius outside, but also because you need to hear the rest. She stomps the snow off her boots and leans close. I have a cousin who cleans at the district office. They've got whole boxes, and they're not the gray ones. They're the soft ones, folded, scented, like foreign paper. She pauses, lets that sink in, and then adds bitterly, but only for the big fish. The big fish, the nomenclatura, that invisible, untouchable layer of party elites who glide through shortages like they don't exist. You, meanwhile, hoard crumpled homework and consider which parts of the TV guide are least abrasive. In the USSR, equality was a myth printed in bold, but access was another reality entirely. Party members, especially those high up, had special stores. Called Spectraspredelitely, or just closed distribution points. These were like parallel universes. Same city, same street, but stocked like some glorious capitalist dream. Imported jams, real coffee, Italian shoes, and yes, soft, perfumed, two-ply toilet. Paper historians still argue whether these privilege zones were deliberate hypocrisy or just a necessary reward system to keep the bureaucracy loyal. Either way, they made a mockery of every Workers of the World Unite poster ever printed. You remember once peeking into the back of a delivery truck near the local party HQ. The driver wasn't looking, and for a split second, you saw it. Pale blue plastic-wrapped rolls stacked neatly like clouds in a warehouse of dreams. You weren't supposed to see that. Toilet paper wasn't something you were supposed to think about, let alone covet. And yet, there it was. Out of reach, but close enough to hurt. One quirky story floats through your memory about a janitor in a government building who smuggled out rolls by hiding them inside a mop bucket. He became a kind of urban legend, known locally as the Soft Bandit. They say he once bartered a 3-pack for a week's worth of meals and a working radio. You don't know if that's true, but you do know that people with access to party goods lived on another planet. Their kitchens had citrus. Their soap didn't smell like sadness. Their restrooms had actual towel holders and rolls with little embossed patterns. If you saw one in the wild, you stared like it was Fabergé. Once, at a party event, you found yourself in the wrong bathroom. The stall had a half-used roll. You considered stealing it. You didn't, but you thought about it. Hard. Tatiana sits down and pulls a small roll from her bag. "I stole this," she says proudly, "from my cousin's closet. She'll never notice. She's got a dozen more." You take it like she just handed you the Shroud of Turin. It's pale cream in color, almost soft. You bring it to your nose. It smells like lilies, or maybe citrus, you're not sure. It's definitely not glue and panic. You tear off a square. It doesn't disintegrate. It bends. It folds. It yields. You almost weep. Then you laugh. Because it's insane, right? Crying over toilet paper? But that's the Soviet way. Absurdity so dense it bends time. You ask her how her cousin gets away with it. "She doesn't talk about it," Tatiana says. "Nobody does. You just know your place. She's party now. I'm not." She shrugs. She goes to the special stores. I go to the ones with pickled cabbage and empty hangers. And that's how it is. 2 worlds. 1 anthem. There was even a running joke about the different types of toilet paper. Type A for party members. Imported. Soft enough to sleep on. Type B for factories. Functional but emotionally distant. Type C for everyone else. Industrial grade shame on a cardboard tube. Of course, you rarely saw Type A in real life. Just whispers. Hints. A roll tucked into a diplomat's suitcase. A friend's aunt's coworker who once dated a customs officer. It was always just out of reach. Some of the more daring citizens tried to sneak into the elite stores. If you had the right clothes, the right gait, and looked mildly annoyed at all times, you might get past the doorman. But inside, you'd be spotted in seconds. Wrong shoes, wrong haircut, too eager. You didn't belong. And if you asked about toilet paper, they'd say, "We're out," even if they weren't, especially if they weren't. Still, people tried. Because what else could you do? The system didn't reward honesty. It rewarded access. Later that evening, you're at a friend's place for tea. It's a tiny gathering. No one talks politics directly, but someone brings up party bathrooms. Everyone chuckles darkly. One guy tells a story about a friend who tried to swap his roll of foreign TP for a bottle of Georgian brandy. The guy refused, said the roll was worth more. You believe it. Another woman says her sister married a regional administrator just to gain access to the closed store system. "I'm not saying she didn't love him," she adds, "but the timing was hygienically motivated." You all laugh. Not because it's funny, but because it's true. love in the time of rationing. And later, as you walk home under flickering street lamps, roll hidden deep in your coat, you feel weirdly victorious. This one little artifact, this soft, perfumed, blessed cylinder, is proof that somewhere, beneath the slogans and shortages, you still matter, even if just for tonight. You won't use it right away, of course. You'll save it, guard it, maybe even show it off to someone you trust. Because in a world of endless lines and hollow promises, real toilet paper wasn't just paper. It was proof that you weren't crazy for wanting something better. You wake up the next morning with a strange feeling, anticipation. You slept, knowing that a real, actual, perfumed roll of elite toilet paper now rests in your cupboard like some forbidden treasure. For a moment, everything seems lighter. That is, until you open your front door and see someone has slid Pravda under it again. You pick it up and sigh. Paper, paper everywhere, just not for you. The irony is thick. You're practically drowning in printed material. The USSR prints everything: pamphlets, bulletins, party announcements, agricultural reports, lengthy speeches no one reads, but everyone quotes. Libraries overflow. Flyers fall like confetti. But when it comes to actual toilet paper, it's still a scavenger hunt. You glance through Pravda, not because you care what it says, but because the paper's quality determines whether it's a backup option. Today's issue? Meh. Too thin. The ink smears. You're not that desperate. Yet. This is the absurdity you live with. In a country that treats information like a sacred flood, basic physical comfort remains an afterthought. The presses never stop churning, but almost none of it ends up where you really want it, on a tidy little spindle in the bathroom. Historians still argue whether this overwhelming focus on paper propaganda was about control or insecurity. Did the party really believe you'd be converted by endless text? Or were they just trying to drown you in slogans before you noticed your fridge was empty and your toilet roll missing? You sip tea, again, weak and overboiled, and remember a moment from school. Your teacher once pointed to a wall of posters and said, "The power of ideas will carry us forward." Even then, you remember thinking, maybe if we had less paper on the walls, we could have more in the bathroom. The real kicker? All that paper you're surrounded by, magazines, textbooks, instructions for appliances you don't own, could have been turned into something useful. But the system wasn't designed for pragmatism. It was designed for visibility. Toilet paper is humble. It doesn't inspire parades. You've never seen a May Day float celebrating the absorbent qualities of two-ply. One fringe example, a publishing misprint in the late 70s led to 10,000 copies of a party economic report being printed upside down. The state tried to destroy them quietly. But employees at the warehouse took matters into their own hands, literally. They cut the pages into squares and started using them at home. Some even stapled them together and gave them out as gifts. Economic relief, they called it. You still have a few pages from an old encyclopedia you found last winter. The B volume. You tore out the entries for bauxite, Bulgaria, and bureaucracy. That last one felt poetic. You kept ballet, though. Too beautiful to rip. Of course, you're not the only one doing this. Every home you visit has its own system. Some people use string to bundle paper squares into makeshift rolls. Others tuck them into baskets, sorted by texture. Your cousin has a stack arranged by color, like it's a design choice. The green ones are softer, she says, with the authority of someone who has tested every square inch. You hear of entire households who saved their old calendars just for this purpose. Once, while visiting a friend, you noticed their wall calendar had December missing. When you asked why, they just smirked. Christmas came early, they said. And still, the presses roll on. You walk past kiosks stuffed with magazines nobody buys, fashion guides with clothes you can't find, travel brochures for places you can't visit, and party literature extolling the progress of industries that can't even deliver cotton swabs. You sometimes wonder how many of these publications are printed just to meet paper quotas. A paper factory has a target, a publishing house has a target, and none of those targets care if the final product is wanted, needed, or usable. It just has to exist. So you get absurdities, like the official state almanac of road asphalt mixtures, printed in 3 languages, with photographs. Or fishing techniques of the Far East, featuring regions no one can afford to travel to, all meticulously typeset, all printed on decent stock. But ask for a single roll of toilet paper. Sorry, not this week. You walk into the local library and see a cart of discarded periodicals. The librarian gives you a knowing glance. You raise your eyebrows. Back issues, you ask. She nods. You're not here to read. Nobody is. This unofficial pipeline of repurposing published material for personal hygiene is so common it's barely commented on. Everyone does it. No one talks about it. It's just understood. Like the fact that no one actually reads those party speeches unless they're being tested on them. And there's a dark joke about that too. What's the difference between Soviet propaganda and toilet paper? At least one of them serves a useful function. You leave the library with a stack of obsolete agricultural journals. On the cover, a happy farmer holding a sheaf of wheat. Inside, charts, rainfall tables, and a thick usable paper grain. Jackpot. Back home, you start tearing pages, not in anger, but with precision. Fold, stack, crinkle. Your drawer now has a week's worth of alternative solutions. Not soft, not perfect. But hey, your backside's been through worse. You think again about all the effort that goes into not solving this problem. All the manpower, the machinery, the ink. All the ways the system insists that messaging matters more than comfort. Appearance more than use. It's no wonder people start getting creative. After all, the USSR never lacked paper. It just lacked the kind of paper people actually needed. And so, while the state boasts of record pulp output, you wipe with a weather report from 1973 and wonder if tomorrow's issue will be a little softer. You're in the kitchen again, elbows on the chipped windowsill, watching your neighbor hang a string of damp paper on the line. It takes a second to register. That's not laundry, it's pages, torn, rinsed, dried. She's softening them, preparing them. For what? You already know. Welcome to the unofficial side of Soviet hygiene, the repurposing revolution. Every family had its version of it. Paper was too precious to be single use. If it had a blank corner or a low ink density, it was up for grabs. The idea of using a clean, soft, purpose-built product every time, a capitalist fantasy. Here, your bathroom drawer looked like a recycling bin before recycling was cool. You open your own drawer. Neatly stacked squares, a mix of student notebooks, bread coupons, faded school test sheets, and 1 or 2 glossy catalog pages you regret using every single time. It's a curated mess, a museum of compromise. You think back to childhood. Your first memory of toilet paper wasn't the store-bought kind. It was pages from your math workbook, carefully torn by your mother. She'd mutter, "You weren't going to be a mathematician anyway." At the time, You thought she was just being funny. Now you understand it was strategic survival. Historians still argue whether this culture of reuse stemmed purely from necessity, or if it evolved into a twisted badge of resilience. Was it coping, or pride in adaptation? Either way, you learned the art of resourcefulness early. You reused everything: bread bags, string, tin foil, birthday cards. Nothing was truly disposable, not even dignity. And there were levels to it. You learned which materials worked best. Old school notebooks? Excellent. Thin, durable, low ink bleed. Newspapers? Risky. Good in a pinch, but you had to let the ink dry, or you'd walk around with headlines on your skin. Phone books? Gold standard. Soft, thin, high yield, but rare. Election pamphlets? Satisfying for emotional reasons, if nothing else. There's a fringe story you always liked, about a man who saved nothing but horoscopes. I figured, he said, if I was going to suffer, I might as well be told my future while I did it. Sagittarius apparently had a rough year. Some families kept a pair of scissors on the bathroom counter, not for grooming, but for trimming pages to size. Others used metal hole punches to hang sheets from a string, forming DIY paper rolls. Creativity bloomed where supply chains failed. Your grandmother had a method so refined it deserved applause. She'd fold pages into delicate squares, pre-crumple them to soften the edges, and store them in an old cookie tin that once held chocolates from Bulgaria. You knew never to reach into that tin looking for sweets. But perhaps the greatest irony of this whole paper saga was that the state, so obsessed with control, never truly addressed the fact that half its printed propaganda ended up being flushed into municipal plumbing systems. They probably would have banned it had they realized. Or maybe they did realize and just chose not to talk about it. The propaganda kept coming. Speeches printed in full, day after day. Statements from ministers, all promising progress, promising better conditions, promising softness? No, not that. Never that. And yet, you and everyone else turned those promises into something useful, page by page, in the most literal way possible. You didn't just read between the lines. You wiped with them. One time, you overheard a neighbor say, "I trust Pravda with exactly one thing." Everyone laughed. Not loudly, of course, just enough to release the pressure. And the evolution of repurposing didn't stop at paper. People got creative with fabrics, too. Old underwear became reusable cloths. Grandparents remembered fabric squares from the pre-war days, used, washed, reused. Some tried to bring them back. It's like a diaper for adults, one uncle joked. Except sadder. You once tried it. A cut-up rag, a bucket of water, and a deep sense of shame. It worked. Technically. But something inside you refused to normalize it. You went back to your encyclopedia pages, grateful that at least they didn't require laundering. Then came the accessories. Some families had paper softening stations, a warm radiator or the back of the stove where they'd press and heat sheets to make them less offensive. One woman you knew swore by lightly steaming newspaper over a kettle. You weren't brave enough to try that one, or foolish enough to risk fire. Children, too, learned early. You remember being taught how to crinkle pages without tearing them, how to judge texture, how to fold for efficiency. It wasn't shameful, it was practical. You were learning survival, Soviet style. Even your bathroom had evolved. The shelf once meant for beauty products now held stacked booklets, catalog scraps, old forms, and trimmed cereal boxes. The soap dish was empty. Soap was a battle of its own. but your stack of educational hygiene alternatives never ran out. You sometimes wondered what would happen if the West knew about this. Would they laugh? Would they feel sorry? Would they believe it? Probably not. But it didn't matter. They had their myths. You had your paper stacks. And despite the scarcity, there was a weird pride in making it work. Not just surviving, but subverting. The state might control what came into stores, but it didn't control what you turned it into. You were supposed to be reading their words. Instead, you were turning them into something actually functional. Take that, comrade editor. You head to bed with your drawer full of cut-up official reports, your imported roll still hidden like treasure, and a quiet satisfaction humming in your bones. It's not the life you asked for, but you've made it work, piece by piece, page by page. Because in a country that printed 1 million speeches, but not enough toilet paper, repurposing wasn't just an option. It was survival with style. You're standing outside the gates of an old industrial compound, the kind that smells like metal fatigue and wet cement. Inside, somewhere beyond the walls and smokestacks, is one of the USSR's toilet paper factories. You've always wanted to see one up close. Not because you expect magic. No one expects magic. But because you want to understand how something so simple could be made so complicated. Welcome to the belly of the beast. Factories that couldn't keep up. You flash a borrowed pass and follow a group of workers past a row of rusted delivery trucks and into the building. The air inside is hot and damp, thick with the scent of pulp and mold. Machines groan in the background as if protesting their job. It's not glamorous. It's not even really functioning. But technically, yes, this is where toilet paper is made. A man in a grease-stained coat walks you through the process. We use reclaimed pulp, sometimes cardboard, he says, casually pulling a roll off the line. It's rough, uneven, the color of disappointment. Not the best, he admits, but at least it's not war paper. You raise an eyebrow. Oh, during the war, we just used old maps. Nazi troop positions on one side, family honor on the other. You both laugh, because what else can you do? Historians still argue whether the production shortfalls were caused more by outdated machinery or chronic supply bottlenecks. What's clear is that the infrastructure was a mess. Most machines were pre-war relics, cobbled together from German equipment, makeshift Soviet parts, and the occasional miracle. Breakdowns were daily. Maintenance was wishful thinking. And yet, quotas remained. Quotas never cared. You could have no wood pulp, no packaging, and 3 workers with the flu. But if your factory didn't report 50 tons of output, someone in a gray suit would pay you a visit. And not with encouragement. So factories did what factories always do under pressure. They faked it. They reported bulk paper as finished product. They weighed water-drenched rolls to meet tonnage goals. They stuffed containers with unfinished goods and prayed the paperwork went unverified. In one fringe case, a factory in Kazan reportedly filled an entire rail car with damp rolls, knowing full well they'd mold before arrival. But the shipment left, and that meant the numbers looked good. You walk past a machine the size of a bus. It's loud, and somehow still not working. The foreman shrugs. Runs when it wants to, like my wife. Behind him, 2 women sit at a sorting table, crumpling defective sheets and placing the usable ones into plastic bags. These are going to schools, one of them says. Nothing says education like wiping with algebra. You notice something else. Most of the workers are women. That tracks. In Soviet industry, women made up a huge part of the labor force, especially in the paper sector, where the job was dirty, repetitive, and thankless. The men operated the machines. The women dealt with the fallout, sorting, packaging, even salvaging product from spoiled batches. One woman shows you a roll with a torn core. This one's too tight. You can't unroll it unless you chew it first. She's not joking. There was a whole technique to using bad Soviet TP. Some rolls had to be pre-rolled backwards to loosen them. Others needed perforation encouragement, basically folding until something gave. And then there were the ones that just cracked. Outside, you hear a forklift sputter to life. It lurches, then dies. Classic. You pass through the paper storage room, or rather, what should be the storage room. It's nearly empty. A few damp bales sit in the corner. "Delivery's late," someone mutters. Again. You ask what happens when they run out completely. We make shelves look full with cardboard tubes. Optical production, you've heard about this tactic. Stores would receive stacks of empty TP rolls, no paper, just tubes. The staff would arrange them behind the counter to appear stocked. If someone asked, they'd just say, "We're restocking now." And the illusion would carry the day. Illusion over reality. Sound familiar? You glance at the production board near the exit. It lists monthly targets and actual output. Both columns are filled in. But you'd bet your last ruble at least half those numbers were adjusted. You're not even mad. It's the only way to survive in a system that punishes honesty. One quirky anecdote you hear on the way out. A factory manager once got a medal for exceptional output, despite his plant producing 30% less than target. How? He doctored the GU numbers, of course. But more importantly, he submitted a glowing write-up of factory morale, which included a quote from a fictional worker named Comrade Ivanov. The party liked it so much they published it in a national newsletter. No one ever checked if Ivanov existed. Back outside, the air is sharp, with the tang of winter and chemical exhaust. You light a cigarette and think about what you've just seen. This is why your toilet paper smells like wet sawdust. Why it tears when you look at it too hard. Why sometimes the tube is glued so tightly you think it might be a prank. It wasn't just about shortages. It was about a supply chain built on unearned optimism, on charts that said, "This is fine," even as the workers sat surrounded by broken machines and damp, useless rolls. And yet, they kept showing up. The workers, the foreman, even the forklift when it felt like it. Because as broken as it all was, it mattered. Someone, somewhere, needed what they made. Maybe not the party, but someone like you. Someone with a tiny bathroom, a desperate hope, and a drawer full of crumpled newspapers waiting to be replaced. So you tip your hat, mentally, at least, to the women sorting paper, the men coaxing ancient machinery to life, and the quiet defiance of doing a job that the system barely acknowledged, yet the people couldn't live without. You're walking through a narrow alley, behind a grocery store, the kind with windows that fog from the inside, even in summer. You're not here to shop. You're here to talk to a guy named Zhenya. He's not a merchant. Not officially. He doesn't wear a name tag or carry a price list, but he can get you things. Things the stores never seem to have, like coffee, chewing gum, nylons, and yes, toilet paper. Welcome to the quiet, unspoken network of the black market and barter economy, a shadow system that thrives in the gaps left by the official one. You nod as Zhenya lights a cigarette and opens a canvas bag. Inside, 2 rolls, not fancy, but intact. One's even got perforations, which feels almost decadent. He raises an eyebrow. What do you have? It's never about rubles. Money is practically ceremonial at this level. You show him a half-pack of Yugoslavian cigarettes and a tin of Sprats. He examines the tin like an art collector, shrugs, and nods. The deal is done. You walk away with your prize, feeling like a criminal and a king all at once. Historians still debate whether the black market in the USSR was a sign of failure or simply a natural byproduct of central planning. Was it sabotage or self-defense? One thing is clear. Everyone used it, from housewives to factory directors. You might chant slogans at work, but if your kid needed shoes or your wife needed tampons, you called a guy like Zhenya. And toilet paper? That was practically currency. You could trade it for eggs, canned meat, even a haircut if you knew the right barber. The standard exchange rate fluctuated based on texture, size, and scent. Imported rolls fetched absurd prices. A 2-ply pack from Finland was worth more than a Soviet watch. There was a fringe story out of Riga about a man who paid for a wedding cake with 10 rolls of East German toilet paper. They say the baker cried, not from greed, but gratitude. We can use the scraps for the whole month, she reportedly said. You think back to the party slogans about solidarity, sacrifice, and shared purpose. Meanwhile, the real economy thrived in whispers and sideways glances. Grandmothers who traded pickles for hand cream, mechanics who fixed cars for coffee. And behind it all, this strange, textured symbol of survival, the toilet roll. You reach your apartment and tuck today's purchase into your coat. As you walk up the stairs, your neighbor pokes her head out. Zhenya? She asks softly. You nod. She disappears, returns with a jar of raspberry preserves. Tell him I have this. You take it and laugh. He'll want to see the jar first. There were even special markets, unofficial of course, where you could browse a little more openly. They were usually tucked near train stations or on the edges of industrial zones. No signs, no booths, just a collection of plastic bags and eyes that didn't blink too long. You'd walk past a man with boots and hear socks, razors, Turkish chocolate, 3-ply. You never saw ads, no flyers, no price tags. But if you looked like you knew what you were doing, someone would whisper, foreign rolls, mint condition, still sealed. It wasn't just consumers who kept this market alive. People inside the system played along too. Warehouse managers who lost a few boxes, drivers who delivered short, clerks who set aside stock for a price. Everyone was greasing the wheels of survival with side deals. You remember the time your uncle got promoted to a minor transport position. Everyone congratulated him, not because of the job title, but because he now had access to a distribution hub. Within weeks, your entire extended family suddenly had toilet paper. Coincidence? Of course not. One guy you knew, a quiet math teacher, ran a side hustle cutting large industrial rolls into smaller household sizes and wrapping them in old bread paper. He sold them out of his coat. Better than chalk dust, he'd say with a grin. The state knew all of this, of course. But cracking down only drove the black market further underground. And truthfully, even the authorities used it. After all, what's a loyalty oath worth when your kids have a stomach bug and no toilet paper in the house? One of the more absurd moments you remember was seeing a box of Italian toilet paper in the hands of a policeman, the very people tasked with shutting down these trades. Confiscated, he said with a smirk. Sure it was. You sit down at your kitchen table, unwrap your new roll, and examine it. It's dry. That's already a win. The edges are slightly frayed, but it's got that dense, reassuring feel. You hold it up to the light like a jeweler. Not perfect, but it'll do. Your partner walks in, sees the roll, and raises an eyebrow. Did you trade the good cigarettes again? You nod. She sighs, but you see the small, appreciative smile. Worth it? And that's the thing. Value wasn't fixed in this world. A roll of toilet paper could be a bribe, a gift, or a treasure. It was soft power in its most literal form. Even birthdays adapted. You once saw a bouquet made of toilet rolls, wrapped with ribbons and handed over with ceremony. May your year be smooth, the card said. There's another joke floating around. What's the best investment in the Soviet Union? Toilet paper. It never depreciates, and everyone needs it. And you laugh because it's funny, but also because it's painfully true. You look at your stash now. 3 rolls, total. It's not much, but it's enough to carry you through the week. You've become a kind of economist, calculating daily usage like you're balancing a national budget. Half a roll for guests, a full one hidden in the closet. A backup for when your cousin visits and forgets hers again. And if all else fails, there's always Zhenya, or the woman 2 floors down with a stash of cut-up calendars and a weakness for citrus marmalade. Because when the state forgets your needs, you learn to meet them quietly, creatively, and always just out of sight. You're sitting on a friend's sofa, an actual sofa, not one of those transforming bed couch hybrids with springs that plot against your spine. And in her hand is something you haven't seen in months, maybe years. It gleams faintly under the light bulb. Clean, white, plump. Imported toilet paper. She holds it like it's a prize from a Western game show. My cousin brought it back from Hungary, she says, placing it carefully on the table, as if it might float away. You lean forward instinctively. It smells nice, like flowers and a hint of hotel lobby. You resist the urge to touch it. Barely. This impossibly soft, whisper-thin, lily-scented wonder is what you've heard whispered about, the imported luxury of softness. 2-ply, perforated, symmetrical, and insultingly easy to unroll. It's not just toilet paper. It's an artifact, a symbol of a world that has Kleenex, polyester suits that don't scratch, and vending machines that work. The capitalist utopia reduced to a single, perfect roll. Historians still argue whether these foreign goods truly threatened Soviet ideology or merely exposed its blind spots. But no matter how much the state tried to demonize Western luxury, one brush with real softness was enough to reset your entire worldview. There were various kinds. East German rolls, neat, dense, a little rigid, but still leagues ahead of Soviet brands. Hungarian brands. Light pastel hues, floral scented, wrapped in glossy paper with fonts that made you feel like a person. Finnish 3-ply, the holy grail. Rumors circulated that it was so soft, you didn't even need to use soap after. Your friend lets you hold it. It's heavier than you expect. This, she whispers, is only for guests. Or illness. She pauses. Or if Brezhnev himself comes over, I suppose. You laugh. Not because it's absurd, but because you completely understand. In fact, your own family once had a roll from Poland, gifted during a funeral no less, that sat in a china cabinet for 3 years. It had decorative scalloped edges. You never used it. It just existed, like a beacon of potential. You glance around her apartment. The curtains are hand-stitched. The wallpaper is flaking. But there's a plastic bag on the shelf filled with folded wrappers from used Western rolls. People keep the packaging. That's how rare this stuff is. You remember once getting your hands on a pack of Italian tissue, miniature rolls with a lemon scent and embossed flowers. You used it one square at a time, not per visit, per day. It was a ration within a ration. One fringe tale you recall is of a diplomat's child in Moscow who brought an empty roll from Paris to show his classmates. "Feel this," he said. They passed it around like a sacred relic. No one questioned its authenticity, you could tell. These rolls were mostly brought back by travelers, people lucky enough to cross the Iron Curtain on official business, family visits, or sports tours. They'd return with more than stories. Their suitcases were lined with toilet rolls, hidden beneath sweaters or wrapped inside shoes. Sometimes, though rarely, foreign brands made it into Soviet shops, hard currency stores like Berioska or Albatross. But you couldn't walk in with rubles. You needed valuta, foreign money. Legally, only certain people had access: diplomats, high-ranking party members, or those who worked abroad. But in practice, if you had connections, you could get in. Inside, the contrast was surreal. There were pineapples, French perfume, Japanese calculators, and yes, packs of Western toilet paper displayed proudly like fine wine. You once saw a woman cry in front of a shelf of Johnson's baby wipes. "They're so moist," she sobbed, "like the cheeks of angels." You tried to buy a single roll once, traded a silk scarf for $2 in hard currency, and entered the store with sweaty palms. You walked out holding a pale pink two-ply like it was uranium. Your mother took one look at it and said, "We'll save it for the new year." That's the power this paper had. It wasn't just about physical comfort, it was emotional. It was evidence that someone, somewhere, thought you deserved softness. Not just to survive, but to feel human. And yet, it also created tension. A rift between those who had access and those who didn't. You'd hear whispers. "Her husband's in trade. He knows someone at the embassy." It wasn't jealousy, so much as a quiet, aching awareness that there was another way to live. You pass a roll of your own stash every day. The imported one you scored last spring. You haven't used it. You probably never will. It's like keeping a single chocolate behind glass. The idea of it is more powerful than the taste. Your friend picks up the roll and places it back in a drawer with the care usually reserved for birth certificates. You sip weak cherry tea and watch her close the drawer slowly, reverently. Later, as you ride the tram home, someone sits beside you, reading a Romanian newspaper. You glance at it and wonder, would that work? Too glossy? Maybe if I pre-folded? Then you smile. Because no matter how many pages you've crumpled, how many notebooks you've sacrificed, how many wrappers you've flattened and stored like pressed flowers, nothing compares to the legend of Western toilet paper. It's not just the softness. It's the glimpse of something else, something better, a parallel universe where paper isn't rationed, where store shelves aren't a punchline, and where dignity doesn't depend on a whisper from Zhenya in a back alley. You get home, peel off your boots, and look at your stash. One imported roll. Still wrapped. Still perfect. Still waiting. Maybe next week. Maybe next year. But not tonight. You're at work, pretending to read a report about agricultural yields in the Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. It's mostly numbers, impressive ones if you believe them. You don't. No one does. Your eyes glaze over, not from boredom, but from thinking about something else entirely. Why didn't they just fix it? You lean back in your creaky chair, stare at the water-stained ceiling, and ponder the great mystery of the Soviet toilet paper void. Not just the paper itself, but the broken logic behind its absence. It's not like the need was unclear. It's not like people didn't complain. Quietly, carefully, passive aggressively. So why did nothing change? Well, for starters, comfort was suspicious. In a system that glorified suffering as noble and self-denial as patriotism, wanting a soft roll of paper was practically an act of rebellion. The ideal Soviet citizen worked hard, lived modestly, and wiped with whatever the collective deemed sufficient, which often meant newsprint, cardboard, or spiritual resolve. Historians still debate whether the failure to fix consumer shortages was driven by political ideology, administrative inertia, or just sheer absurd bureaucracy. Likely, it was all three, braided together like an indestructible rope of red tape. You remember when a small-town official was asked on television why toilet paper remained scarce. He said, without irony, citizens are advised to adapt. Necessity is the mother of invention. The host nodded like this was a normal, reasonable answer. Somewhere off-screen, a viewer probably threw a brick at their screen. There were plenty of plans. Committees formed. Reports were written. Factories were restructured. At one point, an entire 5-year consumer goods initiative included a modest line item for personal sanitary provisions. Everyone got excited. A month later, the budget got reallocated to the new tractor plant. The paper went with it. It wasn't just about production. It was about ideological friction. Making luxury goods, even something as simple as soft toilet paper, was seen by many party hardliners as pandering to Western values. "We are not here to indulge appetites," one minister famously said. "We are here to build character." Yes, comrade, because nothing builds character like a one-ply paper cut to the soul. Meanwhile, solutions existed. A few reform-minded managers tried to modernize production. One group even imported a paper softening machine from Czechoslovakia. It ran for exactly 2 months before breaking down due to voltage mismatches and a suspicious shortage of lubricating oil that was likely rerouted to a vodka bottling plant. Another factory in Ukraine experimented with recycled cotton-based tissue, promising, softish, and actually usable. The first batch was so successful that locals spread the word too fast. Demand surged. The factory couldn't keep up. Supplies vanished. And within weeks, the government accused the director of hoarding. He was reassigned to a glue plant. That was how it always went. Fixes were punished. Innovation was dangerous. The safest move was to do exactly what you were told. No more, no less. Keep your quota. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your hands clean. Well, relatively. You think back to the absurd workarounds, like the placeholder policies. When items couldn't be produced, stores were instructed to fill shelves with cardboard replicas. Toilet paper was among them. Tubes wrapped in gray packaging, sealed on both ends, marked display only. You saw them once in a shop in Ryazan. A kid picked one up and started crying when he realized it was fake. Honestly, you almost did too. Then there were the store protocols. Some shops received small shipments of actual toilet paper, but weren't allowed to sell it all at once. To avoid panic, the policy said, so they rationed by absurd criteria. One shop only sold it on Thursdays. Another required you to show a utility bill. Another simply said, "If we know you, we'll tell you when to come." You once walked into a store and were told, "We had some, but it's been allocated." Allocated? To whom? To someone who came yesterday. And still, the slogans kept coming. We are building the future. Prosperity is on the horizon. You'd glance at the cracked wall in the public restroom and think, the horizon better be stocked, or I'm not making the trip. The ideological hang-ups didn't end with production. Even acknowledging the problem was taboo. Newspapers never ran stories on shortages. TV segments showed sparkling stores with precisely 3 carefully arranged rolls in full view of the camera. When Western journalists asked about the scarcity, officials insisted, there is no deficit, only distribution irregularities. Which, you suppose, is technically true, if irregular means almost criminal. One fringe case even made its way into party folklore. A Politburo member who returned from a diplomatic trip to Canada and asked, why you didn't want to get injured in the USSR. We step into a world where comfort was an illusion, where standing in line for 6 hours felt normal, and where one small, humble object could unravel an entire empire's absurdity: toilet paper. You walk through the dimly lit aisles of a Soviet grocery store in 1978. It smells faintly of pickled cabbage and industrial floor polish. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead like they've given up hope. You scan the shelves: salt, canned fish, maybe some shoe polish, and your heart sinks. No toilet paper, not even the usual gray, sandpapery kind. Just a gaping space where it might have been. If you'd come last week, you think it's a joke. It isn't. See, you've entered a world where getting toilet paper required the skill of a hunter, the patience of a monk, and occasionally, the luck of someone who knew someone. You'll find yourself considering newspaper, inky, crinkly, rough, and wondering if the word dignity is just a Western fantasy. You probably won't survive this. You trudge forward, clutching a net shopping bag, hoping for a miracle. There's a rumor going around that toilet paper arrived in bulk at a shop 3 metro stops away. By the time you get there, the queue wraps around the building like a python digesting something emotional. You get in line anyway. People here don't even ask what's being sold. The assumption is that if there's a line, it must be something rare. Butter, sausage, tights, or maybe, just maybe, the gray grail, toilet paper. You shuffle forward slowly, trying to look casual while eyeing others' bags like a jealous raccoon. Historians still argue whether the toilet paper shortage was caused more by inefficient supply chains or by state ideology that viewed comfort as bourgeois indulgence. Either way, you stand there wondering how an entire superpower lost to a basic hygiene product. You finally reach the counter. The woman behind it looks exhausted, like she's aged 3 years since the morning. She sees your hopeful expression, gives a little shrug, and slides one small, tightly wound roll across the counter. It's rough. It's oddly damp. It smells faintly of glue. You accept it with reverence, like it's a relic from a lost civilization. This moment is not unique. This is daily life across the USSR for decades. Let's rewind a bit. You're born in a country where the idea of personal comfort clashes with the ideology of collective sacrifice. Consumer goods, luxury, soap, sometimes. Toilet paper? Huh. The factories produce it, sure, but good luck getting it. Imagine a government-run grocery system where supply doesn't meet demand, and demand isn't even accurately measured. There's no private ownership, no market signals, no customer feedback loop. You're expected to be grateful for what you're given. Complaining is not encouraged. Jokes about shortages are whispered because they could be considered anti-Soviet sentiment. One man in Leningrad got investigated just for drawing a, not because you're selfish, but because you don't trust the moment. You're afraid it'll vanish if you name it aloud. That first year, after the collapse, was chaos. Economically, politically, emotionally. Money stopped working in the way you remembered. One day, your rubles bought bread. The next day, they didn't. But toilet paper? Oh, it moved. A barter item, a luxury, a marker of who had adapted to the new Wild West of post-Soviet survival. Historians still debate whether the sudden presence of consumer goods in the early 90s was true progress or just a flash flood, overcorrection after years of starvation. But no one debates what it felt like. You remember walking into a newly privatized supermarket and seeing a full wall of imported toilet paper, pastel colors, decorative embossing, 3-packs, 6-packs, some scented like lavender, others like citrus. You stood there, stunned, while a child next to you asked his mother, "Why is there so much?" She didn't answer. She just started crying. There's a fringe story from St. Petersburg where an elderly woman asked a cashier, "Are you allowed to sell this?" She genuinely thought it might be a trap. After decades of empty shelves and fake displays, abundance felt unnatural. But the euphoria didn't last forever. Soon, prices climbed, imports soared, and with them came sticker shock. That Finnish roll you once bartered for a week's groceries? Now, it sat on the shelf for 20 rubles, more than a doctor made in a day. And then came the counterfeits. Clever entrepreneurs started wrapping sandpaper-like rolls in fake Western packaging. American comfort, the label said. Inside, recycled cardboard on a mission to destroy trust, one scratch at a time. Still, the symbolism held strong. Toilet paper wasn't just hygiene. It was a referendum on the system. Every roll on the shelf said, "See." It didn't have to be like that. You found yourself explaining to your children, who now grew up with tissue boxes and soft facial wipes, what it used to be like. They rolled their eyes. "Why didn't you just buy more?" they'd ask. You just laughed. How do you explain a system that pretended your needs didn't exist? You saved your last Soviet roll. You wrapped it in plastic, labeled it Exhibit A, and put it in a drawer next to your ration cards and expired rubles. Occasionally, you'd take it out to show friends. People gasped. "You actually kept one?" they'd whisper, reaching out like it might crumble in their hands. It's so gray. Yes, and stiff, and flammable, and full of memories. Because in that little gray roll was a whole lifetime of lines, trades, jokes, lies, and quiet victories. It wasn't soft, but it was real. You remember the early 90s as the great TP rush? Not because toilet paper was everywhere, but because the idea of not struggling for it was so revolutionary. You'd walk into a shop, grab a pack without asking anyone, and feel like James Bond. You didn't have to charm the clerk, or beg, or lie. You just bought it. The novelty wore off eventually. But for a time, it was the most glorious, mundane freedom you could imagine. You run your hand along a package of imported tissue in your kitchen drawer. 10 rolls. Fancy packaging. Moisture sealed. You still can't quite bring yourself to use it without checking the cabinet afterward, just to make sure it's not the last one. Because old habits die hard. You still catch yourself checking shop windows reflexively. You still save scraps of decent paper without thinking. You still fold newspapers into quarters when you're reading on the toilet, just in case. And sometimes you wonder what would have happened if they just solved the problem. If someone had said, "Maybe people need this," and followed through. Maybe the whole system would have been softer. maybe it would have survived. It's 2025, and you're standing in a sleek supermarket somewhere in modern Russia. The kind with polished floors, piped-in pop music, and fruit stacked like minimalist sculpture. A child zips past you with a miniature shopping cart. A man debates oat milk. And you? You're standing in front of a massive wall of toilet paper. You blink. There are brands, multiple, dozens, rows of white, cream, and pastel blue, quilted, embossed, scented. Labels boast aloe vera, vitamin E, and cloud-like softness. You pick one up and turn it over, marveling not at the product, but at the ease, the absurd, glorious ease. It's been decades since the Soviet Union collapsed, and yet you still hesitate. Your hand moves toward a six-pack, but a small voice in your brain whispers, maybe just one. Don't be greedy. A reflex from a time when scarcity lived under your fingernails. Because today's Russia and the roll rebound, still carries the ghost of what came before. You put the six-pack in your cart anyway. You've earned it. Historians now write books about the Soviet toilet paper shortage, sometimes with a smirk, sometimes with awe. Scholars still debate whether it was a bureaucratic fluke or the inevitable result of an economy that misunderstood or flat out ignored the needs of the individual. But what no one denies is how deeply it etched itself into daily life, and how far-reaching the effects were. Even now, toilet paper is a punchline and a measuring stick. It appears in stand-up routines, nostalgic memoirs, and sitcoms. Your nephew once asked, "Did you really use newspapers?" You told him yes. "Even the crossword?" he gasped, especially the crossword. You didn't always have time to solve 5 across. And yet, toilet paper is also something more in post-Soviet Russia, a badge of survival. If you lived through the shortages, you earned the right to joke about them, to hoard a little, to feel a wave of victory every time you open your cabinet and see a full stack. Your friend Tanya, now in her 70s, still wraps her rolls in plastic and stores them under her bed. Not because she's paranoid, but because she remembers. I just like knowing it's there, she says with a wink. You nod. You get it. There's even a fringe movement of young Russians who collect vintage Soviet toilet paper packaging. Not rolls, those mostly disintegrated years ago, but the faded paper bands, the stylized logos, the solemn slogans. Softness for the Soviet family, one reads. You couldn't make this up. And then there are the entrepreneurs. After the fall of the USSR, some former state-run factories pivoted hard. New machinery, foreign investment, rebranded as modern companies. Today, Russia produces some of the softest, most competitive toilet paper in Europe. Exported even. Can you imagine? The Leningrad factory you once visited? It's still there, refurbished, digitized, with a logo that looks like a yoga studio's. Their newest line is called Harmony, scented with mint and eucalyptus. That place once made rolls that could start a campfire. Now, their paper comes with mood-lifting essential oils. You buy 2 packs because you can. Walking home, you pass a group of teenagers sharing videos on their phones. They laugh at a meme, a stock image of a Soviet apartment bathroom with the caption, "When wiping was a revolutionary act." They'll never really know, and you're glad. But you also feel like a keeper of something sacred, something uncomfortable, something textured. You stop by a tiny shop, more of a nostalgia boutique than anything practical. Its shelves are filled with Soviet-era oddities, enamel pins, ration books, and yes, a single gray roll of toilet paper under a glass dome. The tag reads, "Exhibit only." Do not touch. We warned you. You laugh. The shopkeeper laughs with you. She's your age. You nod silently. Two survivors of a battle fought with wit, scissors, and creative paper folding. At home, your bathroom is tidy, bright. Your toilet paper is layered like a pastry, and you don't have to iron it first. Your grandchild comes in, points to the backup stack, and says, "Why do we have so many?" You think for a moment, then reply, "Because once, we didn't." You don't say more. They wouldn't understand. Not really. And that's okay. That's what progress is supposed to be, isn't it? When future generations can't imagine the past, you reach into the cupboard and run your fingers over the roll. Not because you need it, just because you can. The lights are dim now. The world slows to a soft hush. You're back in your own space, surrounded by the gentle murmur of ordinary things, the hum of a fridge, the creak of old wood, maybe the whisper of wind curling around your window. Toilet paper. Such a small thing. Simple. Forgettable. But tonight, it became a quiet key, unlocking years of waiting, of rationing, of whispered trades and weary queues. You remember the sound of scissors trimming notebook paper, the weight of a roll in your coat pocket, the creased smile of a neighbor who whispered, "They've got some. Go now." It wasn't about luxury. It wasn't even about comfort. It was about being seen, about feeling like your needs mattered in a system that so often insisted they didn't. A soft roll became a quiet rebellion, a subtle demand. I exist. I deserve something gentle. And here you are now, surrounded by softness, shelves full, life quieter. You made it. You outlasted the lines, the slogans, the scratchy squares and rumor-fueled chases. You turned jokes into memories, memories into survival, and survival into something almost tender. So close your eyes. Let the gray walls of the past fade into soft beige. Let the crowds dissolve. Let the paper rest. Breathe in. You don't have to ration anymore. You are safe. You are home. You are soft.